a zoning and planning meeting scheduled, sort of an additional meeting in July 31st, 2023. Starting early at 6:30. We're in room 204 at City Hall. We have a couple of items before the main event, which again is Village Center zoning. And we'll just take them up in order. And then when we get to 3822 Village Center Overlay District, I'm going to lay out a process for us. We first have an appointment, then we have a petition again to rezone lots on Charles Street. And then if Anthony Chickariello is with us on Zoom, I'm going to move that appointment up on the agenda and take that up before we get to zoning. So first is item, well, actually I should introduce the committee. I am joined at the beginning of the meeting by Councilor Lyle Baker on my left, Ward Councilor from Ward 7, Councilor Holly Ryan on my far left, Ward Councilor from Ward 8, President and Councilor Susan Albright at large from Ward 2. And online we have Josh Krinsman, who is the at-large councilor from Ward 4. And I think that's it at the beginning of the meeting for councilors. I am Deb Crossley, chair of the committee and at-large from Ward 5. And walking into the room is Councilor Allison Leary at large from Ward 1. We are also, as always, joined by our committee clerk, Jacqueline Norton, who keeps us in order. And tonight I have in the room Director of the Planning Department, Barney Heath, Deputy Director, Planning Department, Jen Kyra, and Chief of Long Range Planning, Zachary Linnell. I don't see that we are joined yet by, I'll let the planning board introduce themselves after we get to the next item. Yeah.
Also, John Sisson, our Economic Development Director, is on the.
Oh, thank you. Just seeing him now. Okay, so he said it, John Sisson, Economic Development Director, also from the Planning Department.
And Andrew Lee is joining.
Okay, and we are also joined by Andrew Lee. I'm not introducing anyone else because you're all late. So I'll get to it when we get to the second item. So the first item is an appointment, item 245-23 of the mayor appointing Jane Obagi to the Economic Development Commission for a term of office to expire on September 11th, 2026. And Jane has joined us in the room. Would you like to join us at the table?
Sure.
There's an empty seat right here. And what we normally do is just ask you for the record to state your interest in joining this committee and in this commission in this case, and what you bring to the table, just a little bit summary, and we will talk with you for a short moment and go from there. So please go ahead.
Good evening, everyone, and thank you for the opportunity to meet you all. I have been a long-term resident of Newton. I've lived here with my family for close to 30 years. My interest in joining the Economic Development Commission is that I've always had an interest in what goes on in Newton, and in general, I really like what's going on. I like the vitality of the community, and I feel like I contributed. Some of my background dealt with economic development issues on an international basis as well as domestic basis, and more locally. Several years ago, I had the opportunity to be working in Concord, and I was part of their economic vitality committee, and I really enjoyed that and thought that the discussions, the outcomes, and the whole process was very interesting. So when I became aware of the potential opportunity, I applied for it, and I'm here tonight. So
And I think the members of the EDC, at least the chair has told me, they're very eager to fill the seats. So on the EDC. So I have a comment from President Albright.
Before I make my comment, some people online are not able to hear you or Ms. Maggie, so can you turn up the sound in the room at all?
Yeah.
They said they're having a hard time hearing.
If they can hear some of it, it's not totally.
It's not totally, but,
Okay.
but it's very soft.
Okay, so we have volume, tell me when to test that. Our clerk is turning up the volume so you can hear us better online.
Oops, it's maxed out.
Is there, how many people cannot hear us online?
Okay, so we know it's picking you up.
Yeah, oh, yeah.
How about Councilor Princeton? Why don't we use him as a test case?
Counselor Kinsman, can you hear us?
If you cannot hear me, raise your hand. That's always a good question to ask. Yes, I can hear you.
You actually sound very loud at the moment. So, so two people can't hear, Lisa Monahan, Jay Walter, you can't hear. Is that correct? Oh, you want us to lower it?
I think he was just saying that it was a little quiet, especially as our appointee was speaking. Maybe just because of her proximity to the screen. I don't know, but
Ms. Obaji is closer to
Bill's
the.
having the problem?
You might just
Sort
need to
of
speak
saying,
up.
okay,
Okay, all right.
we'll speak up.
Okay, so I'll get my megaphone and ask my.
Okay, I'm gonna then go back and call on Counselor Albright.
So thank you
Maybe it's,
for being willing to serve.
maybe it's our connection.
And, you know, I feel like we're at a bit of a crossroads economically. I mean, we have this project at Riverside with the lab space that was gonna happen and the company pulled back from that and they pulled back, they're selling the other building, they were gonna do lab space. And I'm hoping that the EDC will think about what the future for business is in Newton with our economic development specialist or like whatever your title is, John, director. Because I think that the revenue that we bring in from business is important to the city, and yet we seem to be losing opportunities for the business revenue. So I hope the Economic Development Commission will take that quite seriously.
I agree with you. Your remarks are true to the heart. And it's unfortunate that the Riverside development didn't go through. Perhaps something will happen in the near future with another coming in, but I am a registered business in the city of Newton. I think there are a lot of companies like to be in Newton, and I think there are plenty of opportunities. And from what I could, what I've heard through the Economic Development Commission, what I've read, because I get a lot of the emails, there are a lot of good ideas, and I think working with the commission, they will be really hopefully put that forward. And
Right.
I do think that most residents want some businesses in Newton, because it is really part of the character of the city.
So thank you for being willing to serve, and I'm going to move approval, and then people can discuss it as we go along. Thank you for being willing to serve.
Is there anyone else from the committee or council who would like to make a comment or ask a question? Councilor Leary.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Ms. Abadi, thank you so much for your willingness to serve. I was curious, you said you did some similar work in Concord, Massachusetts, one of my favorite towns, aside from Newton. Is there anything there that you can talk about a little bit briefly, because we have a long night ahead of us, about how it might, how you might share those experiences in Newton as well?
Two things. One, during the period I was on the Economic Vitality Committee, it was during the pandemic, so there were a lot of different issues that were coming up during that period of time. A lot of pressure on the businesses to stay open and keep on trying to work. But what we did is we did spend a fair amount of time, and a lot of the individuals on the committee represented different parts of the town of New Concord, and also different businesses. And they go out and bring back ideas. We would talk about it. And in many cases, initiatives were started, supported by the committee there, to really help the businesses thrive during a very challenging time. So I think that particular process worked well there. We have to evaluate it here. I think it could work, but that was one process that worked really, bringing back the ideas, talking about them, and then really getting an initiative going to help the businesses thrive during a very challenging time.
Yes, thank you very much. And you have a great partner with the Charles River Chamber too.
Thank you. So we have a motion on the table. Any other comments? Questions? Motion to approve. I just would like to add my thanks. It's, we're always very appreciative of the talent we have in Newton and that you are generously stepping forward to share it with us. So motion to approve. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed or abstentions? The item passes unanimously. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
All right, thanks for joining us. You're welcome to stay for the rest of the meeting or not. Yes, yes, all right, thank you. So meanwhile, we have been joined by one more member of the committee, Councilor Pam Wright at large from Ward 3. And we've been joined in the room by Councilor Laredo, not on the committee, but an active participant. And I don't see any other councilors online at the moment. The next item is 205-23. Now, we first heard this item last week. It is a petition to rezone lots on Charles Street. Was introduced by Terrence Morris, Esquire. There was a public hearing at our last meeting. The public hearing was closed on the same evening. And this is about changing the current, I'll very briefly read it, zoning map on a couple of properties numbered 132 Charles Street in Newton, section 41, block 6, lot 14, currently zoned multi-residence 1 and manufacturing, 2 zones in 1 lot, and section 41, block 6, lot 26, currently zoned manufacturing, asking to change it all to 1 zone as mixed use 1. So I believe that Zachary Lamel is going to present this item. I'll just note that the one thing that we didn't have in the planning memo last time around that people asked about was, what uses will be allowed, where are the use tables? Those are in the memo. There's an extensive listing of what's in each one of the zones, the ones proposed, the ones that exist and the one that is proposed. So please go ahead.
Sure, I'm happy to dive in it, but really the 2 items that I think were requested when it came to more information was, kind of why is the zoning being requested, given that these are typically done in parallel with the development proposal, which is not happening in this case, and then again that comparison table, which was just mentioned. So the memo, the petitioner provided that explanation, and it's in the packet. I think it's really just about really a clarification and knowing what can and cannot happen on their property moving forward. And the comparison tables, I think, as we talked about last meeting, is that while the MU1 does allow for a little bit more development than, let's say, the manufacturing district, it does not allow for maybe those more intensive uses under the manufacturing zone. So those uses would be taken away. And I think, as we said, the size of the site, the scale of the property, the building, really kind of any new development would trigger a special permit. So again, the recommendation here is to that the mixed use 1 zoning proposal go through, and hopefully the information provided was sufficient for clearing up some of these things.
Thank you. I have a couple questions. I'm going to go to Josh Princeman, who is in Ward 4. The property's in Ward 4 first, and then Councilor Baker has his hand up here.
Great, thank you, Madam Chair. So I raised some questions about this one last time. I will say that I spoke on the phone with Zach. I exchanged emails with Mr. Morris. They were both very helpful in terms of providing further clarifications and in terms of answering my questions. I continue to be conflicted by this one. And in a nutshell, I had sort of two questions. One of which was, this rezoning request has nothing to do with the use of the property. Like, is that correct? In other words, my question was, is there anything that the owner of this property wants to do differently than they are currently allowed to do? And I confirm that the answer to that is no. If they want to, for example, expand the use of 132 to include more lab use, that would require a zone change. That would require the zone change that we're evaluating here, but that doesn't seem to be the request today, and they confirmed that that wasn't the request. And additionally, everyone seems to agree that if there is a desire to modify the buildings or do construction there, that it will almost certainly require a special permit, which is normally the time at which we all evaluate the zoning change to reflect the intended new way to use the property. So it seems unnecessary. It seems innocuous. I'm very conflicted because customarily what we do is we change the zone when we know how the building is going to be, or the property is going to be used in the future, with the exception, of course, of the zoning we're going to be tackling tonight, which is designed to incentivize some alternate use. So I'm conflicted over this one. I don't see the need for it. I don't see the harm by it. I don't intend to support it, but I don't intend to oppose it. So I'm going to abstain tonight because it's just not the way we normally do things, though I understand a property owner wanting some certainty about the zone moving forward. But again, I don't feel that this is the right time to do that. So my intention is to abstain, and that's why.
Okay, thank you. I just, based on what you just said, I want to see if I misunderstand the second paragraph in the attorney's letter, which says that the owner petitioner was contemplating improvements to the existing commercial property. And talks about the one building, which is in two zones. So technically, you're not supposed to use the part of the building that's in the other zone for the same use. So it makes it complicated and uncertain as to what he may do legally with the building. So did you not read it that way? Oh, Councilor Krinsman?
I think that's accurate, but I also think that the owner doesn't intend to use the part of the building in that other zone for the lab use, which would be the use that would not be permitted at this time.
Okay, that's not how I read it, but what?
Mr. Morris is on. We can ask him for clarification if I'm wrong about that.
I'm
gonna go to the applicant on this one.
Oh, okay, thank you. So is Mr. Attorney Morris here?
Yes.
Can you please explain the intention here?
I'm at a loss, Madam Chair, because I in the memo that I wrote to Zach and which was appended to your the planning memo, which you have, I mean, it's straightforward. They just wanted some sense of certainty to resolve what's an anomalous situation, and there's nothing, no ulterior motive. They don't have any future plans to expand or take buildings down or anything like that. They just said, look, this is, and I think what I said in the last sentence of the memo, it says the owner sought predictably and flexibility in finding future tenants without the need for zoning relief upon any change in tenancy. And I think that's it. It's just as simple as that.
And so the way the first paragraph is written, it suggests that they might like to use that entire building for lab use, not just the portion that's properly zoned. It's kind of an odd situation. Is that correct or not?
No, that's correct. I mean, to the extent that but the portion of the building that is zoned manufacturing is relatively small compared to the whole. But I think most people would agree that it's an anomaly basically to have two properties, especially a building, not just land, but a building in two zones.
Okay.
It's not something that you have to wait till they want to develop it to straighten out. It's something that a property owner should have the right to basically say, hey, look, let's clean this up. And that's what all they're asking.
Thank you for the clarification. I have Councilor Baker and then Albright and then Leary.
So, Madam Chair, I'm apologies because I was not able to attend the portions of public hearing in the background, but it would help me to understand the context because the map that's attached to the planning department memo is extremely small scale and I'm not clear on the surrounding properties or what the implications are of this change compared to what happens next door, because we are always very cautious about making site-specific modifications without understanding the impact, which I think is what Councilor Klinsman is saying in a certain sense. So it would be helpful to me if there was some little more explanation from the department, perhaps of the context, because I heard a firm uncertainty on the part of the councilor from Ward 4. He was vigorous in that regard, but I would like to be, I may end up being equally vigorous in my uncertainty, but I would like to know a little more.
Yeah, we can provide that context, and sorry that was missed from the previous meeting. So these properties really are an island, I would say. It's kind of bordered by the Mass Pike rail line and the Charles River. So in terms of unintended consequences or neighbors, there really aren't any. There are residential properties on the other side of the train line, but there's a really significant distance there. So that was the other reason for the recommended change, that there really is limited impacts.
I'm sorry, but we're in the room and the folks at home can't see that, but can you, in the map at the back, it wasn't clear to me what was where in
Right.
your description. Is there anything across the street or next door or what's the?
It's again really bounded by, and I'm sorry, we can pull up.
No, but I was,
Yeah.
your oral representation is fine for me. I just.
There's really, it's the Charles River, the Mass Pike, and Railroad. Those are the three neighbors.
So there really are no abutters who are affected
Correct.
by this property. That's what I'm trying to.
Correct.
Okay.
And there were good illustrations ahead of the public hearing that
Okay,
that showed that.
that-
Yeah, that's okay.
I'm just looking at this one now.
No, it doesn't give you that
All right.
context.
Thank you. All right, that's my question.
Thank you. Okay, President Albright and then Councilor Leary.
So and also almost in response to what Councilor Baker just said, I've seen the site and it is bounded by nothing. I mean, there's really no neighbors nearby. And if I were the owner of the property, I think I would want certainty about this as well, because even before applying for a special permit, I would wanna know, well, am I wasting my time or not? Because as we all know, the process does cost a little bit of money. So in the absence of Councilor Klinsman being able to support this, I would be willing to move approval just for the sake of moving this along, and I do support the change.
Thank you. Councilor Leary?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was wondering if Councilor Baker may remember Canoe Gate at that building a few years ago where they had parked all these canoes and kayaks, and there was it was kind of controversial at the time. And I did a site visit there and,
Oh, this building?
yeah, do you remember it? You might have gone there.
Yeah,
Go on
yeah.
the.
It's on the bridge and it's out in.
Yeah, it's like,
It's no man's land.
yeah, it really
Okay.
is very
Yeah.
isolated. So I knew exactly where the property was and what it was when this came
I
up.
remember driving under that bridge now, and I just, okay.
Right, but, so Councilor Klinsman seems to be on the fence about it, but I'm gonna support it. I was particularly the third paragraph where they talk about the building permit and it couldn't be issued because the building was located in 2 zoning districts and the matter was ultimately resolved with the intervention of the chief zoning code official. And the applicant was actually advised to seek a comprehensive rezoning to avoid future complications for both properties. So I see this as just being making it a little easier for any potential change for the applicant to not have to jump through hoops. And I think that's the whole goal for our zoning reform, is to be a little bit, easier on some of our businesses when they want to make relatively small changes as opposed to a major change. And the other thing we've already discussed, if it's going to be a major change, it would come forth as a special permit because of the lot size. So I don't see any harm in moving ahead and making this person happy.
Thank you, Councilor Leary. Are there any other comments? We have a motion on the table. I'll just say that I too support the change. To me, this seems like a cleanup that is probably long overdue because this property was isolated as a result of the Mass Pike going through the city, which we had at the time no control over. And I don't think there's anyone at the table who was here during that time. But it seems very odd to me to have a lot, even one lot in two zones, and that we should make this a little kinder and gentler here. So we have a motion on the table. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Is there an abstention?
I think he said
There's a
yes.
hand
Council-
raised.
Okay, Councilor Princeman, did you say yes to an abstention?
Upset everybody.
I'm sorry,
We couldn't hear you. You
Can't
said
hear
yes.
you.
Abstain.
You abstained, thank you. Okay, so that is 7-0 and 1 abstention. Oh, Councilor Ryan, I'm so sorry, I didn't see you. So we have 6-0 and 2 abstentions. Thank you, the item passes and we will go to full city council on August 14th. Okay,
Thank you, members.
thank you, Attorney Morris. So next item is our main event. Oh, no, I'm sorry, we have one more item that I want to take care of before we get to the main event. Mr. Anthony Chickariello, are you still with us?
I am, Madam Chair. I had to join by my cell phone. I lost connection with the iPad.
Thank you.
My
I'm just
apologies.
glad to know you're there, because we're gonna jump ahead in the agenda, since we are asked to confirm your appointment. This is item 246-23, which is near the end of the agenda, because we know you so well, we didn't think you needed to be here tonight, but we're glad you are. So 246-23 is for honor the mayor appointing Anthony Chickariello as Commissioner of Inspectional Services pursuant to section 3-3 of the city charter. I think we all know who Mr. Chickariello is. He's been functioning in this position for quite some time. There's a letter from the mayor in our packet. Do I have any comments or questions from the committee? I see Councilor Baker and Danberg.
So I'm very supportive of this appointment. I just hope that he will continue. I thought one of the hallmarks of his service has been his work in the enforcement arena. And I think that's part of the really most vital function of that department. And I hope that the commissioner in his new role would be equally vigilant on that score. So that's just really a statement and a possible question to him because he's on the phone, but I'd like him to at least have a chance to comment. He has part-time as well as full-time assistance on that effort.
Mr. Chickariello, would you like to say a few words?
Yes, thank you for the question, Councilor Baker. Yeah, I believe I'm qualified for the job for a number of reasons. One of them is, of course, the zoning enforcement portion. A big part of this job is enforcement of the zoning rules and building codes. So I feel as though that I have the experience under the watchful eye of Commissioner Wojcik in the past. I think I would be qualified for this position.
Thank you very much. I particularly like the practical aspect of your resume. You have a tremendous amount of practical experience in the field, and that means a lot. So Councilor Danberg and then President Albright.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I've had all positive dealings with Mr. Chickariello over the years in the positions that he has held, and I've always been impressed with his work ethic and how what attention to detail he has always placed, and so I am happy when the time comes to move approval.
Okay, President Albright and Councilor Ryan.
So I just want to mention two things. One is that every time I've come to the window or the counter to discuss a problem that I'm having with a constituent, you've always been there to look at it with me, problem solve with me, and figure out a direction. So I appreciate that, and I appreciate that that might be the way of ISG in the future for all people who work there. But the other thing I want to mention is that Jen Kyra and Zach Lamel always are mentioning that you are participating in the zoning work that we're doing, that you're looking at it from a very practical point of view. How will it be to enforce this? And you're part of the team, which is so important to make this work. And I want to thank you for that, and I hope that you'll continue to work with us.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Albright. Thank you.
Councilor Ryan.
Thank you. Chair Crossley, I went down to congratulate our new commissioner. And one thing I'd like to say is mostly I deal with the inspectors in Ward 8. As people know, we have so much going on down there in the residential area, tear downs and rebuilds. I just am hoping that I will, get a response when I quickly, because a lot of the things, whenever I call, I'm not a person that's always calling, but when I call, it needs something done right away. And the other thing I was looking for is I would really like you to institute is that they're keeping very good track of the calls that are made, not on city time, not in regular working hours, like on weekends and after 5 and on holidays. I think we need that because we have a lot of repeat offenders with these developers. But it was a great conversation I had with you, and I'm really looking forward to working with you. Thanks.
Thanks, Councilor Ryan. We have a motion on the table to approve, seeing no additional hands up. From Councilor Danberg, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed or abstentions? That is unanimous. Thank you very much for joining us on Zoom, Mr. Cipriello, and we look forward to working with you.
Same here, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Okay, so during the previous item, and as you can tell right now, we were joined by Councilor Danberg, obviously a member of the Zoning and Planning Committee and the Vice Chair. And also behind me in the room is Councilor Oliver, at large from Ward 1. And I see, thank you, Councilor Bowman is also joining us for the main event tonight. She is at large from Ward 6.
Lucas Norton Moskowitz.
Okay, we have a bunch more councilors joining us this evening. Councilor Lucas, at large from Ward 2, Councilor Norton, Ward Council Ward 2, Councilor Markowitz, Ward Council Ward 4. I think that's it. So thanks very much. Okay, other than some reappointments at the very end, we'll spend the bulk of the night, as we have been, on item 38-22. I guess, let me just again read briefly into the record, which is the request for discussion and amendments to the zoning ordinance and zoning map regarding village centers, along with 39-22, requesting discussion on state guidance for implementing the housing choice bill. As we've been doing, we have a focus for our attention tonight. We have several parts to this meeting, first of all. So we are joined by Lauren Lepore of UTIL, who is first going to take us through an illustration. And you can tell me if I'm characterizing this correctly, but it is an illustration of the I would call it the decision-making tree that happens when development is contemplated according to a set of rules. and in particular, what is going to happen or what is likely to happen, not going to happen, to a particular section of, in this case, Newtonville. So we're gonna do that first. We're gonna, and also so that Ms. Rapport can go home. And then we're gonna be followed by a presentation from our own Councilor Wright, who's going to take us through, will explain her, the tool that she and Councilor Oliver developed to do their analysis of the Village Center Overlay District. And I'll get to that once we're done with the first piece, but I just want to finally say that the bulk of the meeting then is to take specific amendments that have been proposed by a number of you, organized according to the sections of the ordinance as outlined by the planning department last week, and that we also have in our packets this week. And we're going to get as far as we can tonight through those amendments. Each one will be started by a brief presentation by the planning department of what's in that section, and then we'll let folks propose their amendments. What I'm going to say is that I read through all of them, and there are quite a number that are similar to one another, if not the same. So we're going to try to take those up in unison and make sense of how to vote on them. Everything is a straw vote. And I'm going to say this again in a little bit, but the straw votes are a typical process we use when we're in the middle of something. So we took straw votes a year ago in June, when we were just looking at the framework, and we were looking at how to take apart and look at the various sections. I think we had 12 sections at that time of elements of the framework that we were deliberating. And we do this, and we did this, and we're doing this again in order to move us another step forward. So, and the planning department and staff and our consultant can't really move forward until they hear from us. So this is how they can hear from us and go to the next step. It's not a definitive vote. Straw votes mean exactly that. They are possibly temporary. Somebody can change their minds based on new information, but it's a reading of how the committee is feeling at this moment. So, Ms. Rapport, are you ready to present your illustration?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Is there a hard copy of it?
For the slides?
Yeah.
No, just there was the memo.
Okay. Oh, was in the memo.
So I know there's a lot of excitement for what we're going to be presenting tonight. Tim couldn't be here, but I'm going to do my very best to channel him and his infinite wisdom, and take you through a little bit of our logic and how we were thinking through likely scenarios for redevelopment within Madison Avenue in Newtonville. So if we go forward. So we'll just recap a little bit. I know you guys have seen this many, many times, our zoning approach, and we'll dive right into the street visualizations.
Can you stop for just a moment? I'm hearing the birds very loudly. Can people hear? Okay, we just might have to close the window. I'm sorry, because the fresh air is nice. Sorry?
Have you turned the AC on a bit then?
Sure. We were trying to have fresh air, it's so nice out tonight, but the birds are incredibly loud. And I want to make sure that's not the sound that people are getting online.
Those are invasive English sparrows.
Oh, they're
Yeah. They're a pain.
off with their heads.
Yeah.
Like all birds come.
Not invasive.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Those mute swans.
Okay, I'm sorry, Ms. Rapport.
That's all right.
Please go
I mean,
ahead.
I had some fierce competition out there. So.
Yes, you did.
Okay, next slide, please. So just a quick refresher for everyone. we have 4 tiers that we're proposing within the Village Center overlay districts. We're not gonna be showing all 4 within the visualizations tonight. The only one that will be missing within the street segment is VC1. But we chose the street segment of Madison Avenue because we thought it was a good qualitative sample to understand how VC3 tapers down to VC2 and MRT. So, you know, we'll be able to understand the different qualities of development, what different heights and footprints feel like on lots within one singular street. So we can go forward. So I know everyone's familiar with Newtonville. Madison Avenue we liked in particular, again, because of that ability to taper down in scale with the overlay zones. So what it allows us in testing this sample is we have a bit of the mixed use required portion. So we'll be showing what that looks like with residential on top and retail on the bottom. And then tapering down, you see that it's followed by some lots that are zoned VC2 and some lots that are zoned MRT.
I'm sorry, can you show Men's? I just can't see clearly enough.
We'll
Okay.
zoom in.
No, I just, the typeface was big on, hold on, I was going to say the other. Thank you.
So I just want to reiterate, we don't have a crystal ball. It's very hard to be able to say for sure this is definitely going to happen or this definitely won't happen. But we've certainly done our best to make it as scientific as possible in understanding what different factors are that a property owner might consider and in what time frame they might want to consider developing their property to conform with the new zoning. So there are several considerations that as a team we all thought of in thinking through, you know, what a property owner might want to consider. And so parcel ownership certainly is one of them. You know, when a parcel has several owners, that certainly adds a complication because it takes extra people to get through and get on board with redeveloping a property. So when it's more than 2 owners, it becomes that much less likely. You'll see when we go through the slides that there are several properties that we've identified that are 2-family that we thought might be likely scenarios for redevelopment. The other item to consider is how large is the parcel. If it's on the smaller side, a developer may wait to acquire a parcel that's adjacent just so that they could try to build closer to the maximum footprint, but that's contingent on a lot of other decisions as well. What the quality is of the parcel that's adjacent and if that's worth it to wait. The other thing to think through is how large is the existing structure that's on the lot. If it's already close to the thresholds that we're proposing that it's currently zoned for with the overlay zoning, then it's likely that no new development will happen because there won't be enough incentive. The other thing is, does the parcel already have high embedded value? If it was redeveloped a couple years ago and it was high quality construction, then it's very unlikely that in the near or medium term, that parcel would be redeveloped. And lastly, I know we've discussed this before about whether a developer would consider MRT conversion versus new construction. Something that we've thought about is if the existing footprint is already close to, we were thinking within 100 feet of the proposed 1,500 square foot maximum, then it's unlikely that that would be redeveloped as new construction. But there might be an avenue there to add an addition on the side or rear if the lot is large enough, just so that it can have extra units.
Are we gonna take questions at the end?
Yes.
Okay. And these slides are not available for us right now. Were they in the package?
They were not,
No.
Okay.
they'll be part of the report. We sent them to Jacqueline.
But this is in the memo.
So just to zoom out a little bit and understand Madison Avenue in context, based on what we showed you in the map before, we chose it again just because we liked the idea that you could understand within one segment how the Village Center overlay zones would taper down. So as we know on Walnut Street, there would be the larger VC3 developments that then taper down to 3.5 and 2.5 story BC2 and MRT development respectively. What we also liked about it is just the fact that Walnut Street, as we know, is a commercial retail corridor, and that way we would understand it qualitatively as it transitions to a smaller scale residential fabric. So we looked at a number of sites on the street and kind of went one by one to understand what is the current ownership of each parcel, when was it last developed, how much of the lot is it taking up, what is the quality of the existing construction. And we were trying to understand categorically how likely we thought each one would be to redevelop. And so the ones that I've bolded in the images on the left are properties that we will be showing as redevelopment in some shape or form, whether it's new construction or multifamily conversion within an existing footprint, or adding an addition in the back. For the ones that we've considered likely, starting with number 1, that's single-story retail on Walnut, so we think that's pretty likely to happen, given that that would be zoned for 4.5-story BC3 development. So there's a lot of potential to increase that parcel's value.
Sorry, you said 4-story BC3?
Yes.
I just want to make clear.
And going down the street, we also thought that the parcel that we've marked as number 2 would be possible. A developer may want to try and combine those 2 parcels to maximize their footprint, but that's something that might be more down the road, given that it would require acquiring the parcel. And so we've tried to take that logic down the street, and so I'll go to some of the MRT zone ones to explain them. So for instance, number 4, which is 101 Madison Ave, we don't think it's very likely. There's already a decent amount of lot coverage. Numbers 5 and 6 we think have decent adaptive reuse potential, and so that might be possible down the road. Number 7 we think is also possible, and that's something we'll be showing tonight, where there might be conversion potential within the existing footprint. And number 8 we think is pretty unlikely given the high lot coverage, its current value, and the large footprint that it has. And so we also looked at the south side of Madison Avenue and did a similar level of analysis, just looking at the quality of existing development and trying to understand it in the same way. So the parcel that's marked number 1, which is 324 Walnut Street, we think has also a pretty good likelihood of being redeveloped, given how it's currently single-story retail. So we think it's likely that that would see new construction, especially when combined with the parking area in the back. It's a pretty large area to be reconsidered for BC3 redevelopment. The parcel marked as number 2 is, we think, very unlikely, given that it's condo ownership with 8 different owners. So that's a lot of different people to talk to and convince to redevelop a property. Number 3 is 9496 Madison Avenue, and that's already of a pretty similar size and scale to MRT, so that we don't think will be a likely candidate. Number 4 at 88 Madison Avenue, we thought would be a good candidate for adaptive reuse. And then the last 2 properties we think are unlikely. For number 5, that's already a larger multifamily development that allows more units than MRT, so that wouldn't see any incentive in downsizing. And number 6 already has a high lot coverage, and there's condo ownership to consider. So hopefully that gives you a little bit of a teaser and the mechanisms that we were thinking of, and the logic for why some parcels might be more likely to develop or not. And I'm sure there will be questions, so we're happy to take them in the end. And we'll go through the different scenarios now. So here is a view of the existing site, just so we can understand its current architectural qualities and characteristics, and how they might change with some degree of redevelopment. And I think what's really important to keep in mind here is, for the most part, it's not going to look that different. You'll notice the VC3, of course, on Walnut Street, but Madison Avenue itself, especially as it's, engaging the residential fabric, will largely feel the same. So here we're imagining what a short-term development might look like. This particular parcel already has 2 driveways that fit 2 tandem parked cars. So if we go to the next slide, we can see that we've added an addition in the back. The existing structure was a 2-family development, so adding the addition, we think you can fit a total of 4 units. So you can still fit 1 car per unit in the tandem driveways in the front of the property. And then when we look to the medium term, something that we want to point out is just the quality of the existing spaces within this site. So behind 308, 322 Walnut, which is part of the major retail corridor of Walnut Street, there's already a large degree of paving and parking area and back of house, which certainly isn't wonderful for the pedestrian to experience. So we want you to keep that in mind as you consider what new development would look like and how it would encourage more positive urban design on the street. And the other thing we want to point out is the shared driveway between 93, 91, and 89 Madison in the photo that we're showing, because that is going to come in pretty handy for the conversion that we're looking at. So if you go to the next slide. So in this parcel, we're showing what it would be like if you were to combine a VC3 parcel and a VC2 parcel together. So what that means is you end up with the 4.5 stories of development on the VC3 parcel, and where you can see the massing is stepping down to 3.5 stories, that's where the VC2 parcel line is. But combining these 2 parcels allows a developer to build a development that is closer to a maximum. You'll notice that the proposed footprint is still well under 15,000. So we're showing it as 11,600 square feet. But it's encouraging more positive urban design. We have parking tucked behind the residential building, so it's accessed in that pass-through that we're showing in the image. And that's part of what we're proposing in the new zoning. The other thing that you might notice is that we're introducing the facade articulation rules from the zoning, so that's helping to break down this mass as well. And the other parcel that we think is a good candidate for medium-term development is to take this existing structure and convert it to allow for 1 extra unit. So right now, this is a 2-family property, and it could be converted, to add a unit and become 3-family, and it won't have to change anything in the parking, given that the current, the way the parking is currently configured, it can already fit 3, so that would allow 1 space per unit. And so then when we go to long-term development, these are parcels that we think might be longer term just because of what it would take to, in the case of the larger building on the bottom, that would entail being in conversation with Village Bank, which might take a while. I'm certain, there's a lot of decision making that would happen between the 2 parcels. So that's why we think that one is a better candidate for something more down the road. But again, it would allow for a developer to build a footprint that's better suited for the VC3 development. And again, still breaking down the mass with the rules that we're proposing in the new zoning so that it does feel more, so that it does feel smaller in scale and not so large. And the other thing that we were adding for long-term development is a property that is at 9391 Madison, and this would be adding an addition in the back. The reason why we think that might be long-term is because it requires a little bit of parking lot reconfiguration, but we think very much still doable. So if we go to the next slide, we can walk through what those developments entail. So for this VC3 development, again, where we've combined two parcels, what we think this offers as an advantage is the ability to have a larger development that can have below grade parking. This would be accessed off of Madison Avenue as a pass-through. And what's nice about it is then it allows for a lot of open space in, inside the property for residents to enjoy. And this would allow for 46 units. We're showing, again, the VC3, you're able to do either flat roof half-story or pitched roof half-story. So it allows for a good variety in architectural form and shape within our half-story roof pitch rules. And we think, this would still allow, you'd be able to fit 1 car per unit, but we've shown in various different scenarios where those ratios might come down a bit. Again, this isn't that we're requiring them, we're just imagining what might a developer want to provide within this space. And so then we come to the 9193 Madison Avenue development. This is a small addition that would be built in the rear of the property, so it's really not something that you would see from the street view. And it would be accessed via the common driveway. So that's a driveway that is already in place between those two parcels and would allow for pretty easy access to 3 parking spots in the rear of the property. And Zach, I don't know if you want to close us off?
Well, I think that was a really great look at a specific street, and I just want to bring us back, and some of this was talked about in the memo, that we should eat a little bit of humble pie here, that we don't know exactly what could happen. There's a lot of factors, a lot of determinants that are going to go into the decision-making process here. I think this is really good at showing that process, what those decisions are, and you could have, you might ask, what about this property, what about that property, and we might agree with you. You can ask those questions and you can have that conversation. I think it just goes to show just on a single street how complicated this is. We'd love to know what's going to happen, but we can't and we don't. So again, we just looked at this one street, and I think we're really happy to have a more detailed and in-depth conversation about it.
Thank you. I do want to say for the record that all of the content, all of the narrative was included in the memo in the packet. So it was, hearing you present it alongside the illustrations was very helpful, but it was all in there. So I appreciate that. I have one question that I think might be helpful. Can you explain broadly, with using ranges, what do you mean by short-term, medium-term, and long-term?
That's an excellent question. Again, there's wiggle room, but the way that we were thinking of this is that near-term might be 0 to 4 years, medium-term might be 5 to 8 years, and long-term might be 9 years.
That's shorter terms than I imagined you were thinking. But of course, we don't know the age or life moment of the owners, right? So, okay, I'm gonna take committee questions first. I have President Albright and then Councilor Albright, Councilor Wright, Albright, Wright, Baker.
So did you think about the underlying zoning, the existing zoning, and whether tear downs under that scenario might happen in any of these properties? Is that part of your thinking?
We were thinking of these generally through the lens of the new Village Center overlay zoning, but I don't think this would really result in tear downs other than the VC3 properties that we were looking at that front Walnut Street.
And what about so all the MRT you thought about as adaptive reuse, are they available for tear down and build new MRT?
So the reason why we didn't think they would be good candidates for new construction is just given what their footprints are. So we went property by property on that stretch of the street and looked at what the existing footprint was, how large is the existing structure. And if for us, they either felt too close to the threshold of 1,500 square feet or they exceeded it and we didn't think it would make sense to tear them down, which is, I think, part of what makes what we're proposing, good, and that it is incentivizing the multifamily conversion and having the addition. So that was part of our thinking there.
Okay, that's helpful. And in the VC three, VC two, there's no step down for the residential house that's right next door to the VC two. Is there, do we require any step down if you're close to a house?
The step down is for VC three when it's adjacent to a residential district. So we're kind of naturally providing that step down here by going VC three, VC two, MRT.
I see. So it's 3.5 stories, and the house is probably 2.5 stories. I see. Do we require any screening? I don't remember. Do we require screening?
Screening of parking areas
Only screening of parking
and
areas.
of like service areas, trash.
Might that be something in a situation like this where someone puts up a new building that's very close to where your house is? Might we consider adding some requirement for landscaping?
You could look into that. I mean, there is the setback requirement. So if there, or if there's not a setback requirement, I think it's something we could look into. But I think we also have to imagine ourselves thinking about what these could look like over time. I think the Masonic building is right here. It's been there a long time. We can find images where the properties immediately adjacent to it were residential properties. So I think we have to be thinking very long term here, and what's allowed.
Now I'd have to go look and see if there's any screening. No, there's a parking lot behind the building, and then there is landscaping on the other side of the parking lot, so just something that maybe we could think about. So if someone wanted to do the VC three and the VC two as one parcel, could they request a zone change and ask for the whole thing to be VC three?
I mean, you could always request the rezoning, right? There's nothing stopping anyone from requesting rezoning to anything. It's whether it's granted or not.
So if they request a rezone to have the whole thing VC three, would that go for special permit?
It would not automatically trigger a special permit, but it would have to go through city council for the
Okay,
rezoning.
that's what I was wondering. Okay, that's it for me. Thank you very much. That was helpful.
Okay, thank you. Counselor Wright and then Dan Burke. And then did committee, I'm sorry, and then Baker, then Dan Burke. Sorry.
I just want to follow up with President Albright. And so we do have limits right now on how tall a building is from the residential, but it's a lot lower. So right now, what's in the proposed zoning is 3.5 stories, and in our present zoning, it's a half the building height or 15 feet, whichever is larger. So that's a big difference. And 3.5 stories, I think, is what, 54 feet tall or something like that. So it's a big difference. So it's a much bigger, taller building. So my question is on page 6. Can you go back to page 6? Okay, so the MRT conversion versus new construction. The examples you gave, only one lot was really, I would say, could be subdivided. Did you look into that at all in any of these? Because I like the idea for reuse and adding on and keeping what's there, but especially for corner lots, and looking at this example, number 80 could be subdivided into 2 or 3 lots. And that's right now 9 units, and it could get up to 12 units. But did you look at that for anything?
That's a good question. No, we weren't thinking about lot subdivision in this exercise.
Because right now we have no minimum requirements for lot size or frontage. And just farther down, on that block, which isn't part of this, 55 Madison, is a 10,000 square foot lot with 120 foot frontage. And that could easily be 2, so then we'd lose that house because they would tear it down and put 4 families on there. Yeah, and just go to page 9. So number 5, that's the one that you could, it's big enough to do 3 lots, but probably would go into 2 lots. So that's
But
something.
I think number 5, given that that's already a pretty large development and it's got, you know, multiple,
It has 9 units, and so you could, if you subdivide it into 2, that's 8 units, it's 8 brand new units.
That's pretty expensive to tear down that building, subdivide that lot, and try to fit 2 4-unit buildings there.
It's not economically feasible.
Yeah, I think that would be incredibly unlikely that you would see that.
Okay, in my slides, I showed an example, but we'll come to that later. That's it for right now, thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Councilor Baker.
So one of the things I was hoping we might understand, but maybe it's implicit in what you've said, is not just the impact of the decision to redevelop, but what is the impact on the abutting property, which I think is what Councilor Albright was asking in some ways, because if someone exercises that opportunity, are there, and Councilor Wright alluded a little bit to this in the question of height, the question is what does the context, what happens to the context? And I'm a little uncertain yet from the presentation. I understand the issue about likelihood and how you made that analysis. But I am still a little unclear about if they exercise, you know, the anticipated event does occur, what the adjacent properties experience. And that's one of the issues that I'm concerned about as a general matter. And if there's any way that you can clarify the distinction. Now, some are non-conforming structures in these places, so the setbacks and the kind of impacts are on the ground. If they're retained, are going to be somewhat different, but I do think it's important to understand the context impact. So I don't know if it's possible to go back and explain that, or if maybe that's not part of your analysis. So.
Sure, I mean, I think what you're getting at is also just about, you know, how does massing feel next to, you know, how does the proposed massing feel essentially next to the existing development that is adjacent to it? And I think within the zoning, there are a couple of ways that we're controlling that. Number one would be the setbacks. And I think, you know, where there is an existing structure that is not conforming, I think that would be a good opportunity to try to create more space in the proposed development adjacent to it. The setbacks that we have in the zoning are minimums. So provided that you're going above that, certainly that will feel more comfortable relative to the heights.
I'm sorry, I just understand. The setbacks, as I heard you, excuse me, just for clarification, the setbacks are, say, 10 feet. I'm just taking a number. But are they going to be greater because of this change or lesser than this?
So,
this is an overlay, and I'm just trying to understand.
yeah, so it depends, because we have a number of underlying zoning districts, but
Right.
here, if you're looking at sort of where we have the VC3, VC2, and then it's abutting the residence, it would be a 15-foot setback abutting that residence.
But a 15-foot setback, which is not the current setback, right? Or,
I'd have to look at the current setback.
yeah, I'm just trying to
Because
understand the.
it wouldn't be redeveloped under the current zoning though, so it would rezone likely to MU4, if anything was gonna get built there.
I know this is tricky, but it's sort of anticipating some of the conversation we're going to have about what you do to protect the abutting properties when these changes occur. So let me back up and ask one other dimension of this. We really didn't discuss parking, except as I understood in a couple of places you referenced there was some parking there. But in the cases of the redevelopment options, we don't require, at least in the current proposal, any parking. And I didn't know what your anticipated parking was in this scenario.
That's a great question. Yes, so the parking that we were anticipating varied. We're showing different levels of demand just because we don't know what a developer may want to provide. we're not mandating that any parking be required within the new zoning. So what we're showing in some cases might be 1 space per unit. In some cases might be 0.7 spaces per unit or 0.6 spaces per unit. For the MRT properties, I think especially as you taper down to the more residential fabric, it is really important to consider what is the parking impact and how close is it to the lot line. And that's where the zone is so great because there are these parking setbacks. So it's required to have the 4-foot parking setback on the lot lines that are not facing a public right of way. And so we were showing that within the MRT conversion scenarios, and there were a couple scenarios where we showed there being a small addition in the back, and those considered the parking setbacks when we were thinking through them.
So I didn't see them on the slide, but are they there? Or can you just go back up to
Sure.
that slide, just so I can understand? And then I want to yield to other people.
So this is a good one. So it's a little tricky, but you'll have to take my word. There's parking behind the yellow building that's being zoomed in with the 2 dormers, and that's set back minimum of 4 feet from the lot line behind it.
Okay, and there's 1 space, 2 spaces, what are you anticipating?
That's providing 3
Three-quarters.
spaces, which is 0.75 per unit.
Okay, and that's a 4-unit addition. And is there any parking that's being lost as part of that redevelopment?
No, we were trying to keep the parking as it was.
I mean, the existing structure part.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Ellen.
Or I should say, we reconfigured the parking just so that it's the same number of spaces, but reconfigured so that it works with the addition.
But your assumption is the developer would provide that. We're not requiring that under our current proposal.
Correct.
So if we want to make sure that happens, what would we do? Would we do anything different?
I don't think we want to make sure we always have 1 space per unit. I think we want to allow flexibility. So you might be able to do, and maybe one of these is able to convert to 3 small units with only 1 or 2 parking spaces. And maybe those units are less expensive then because they don't come with a parking space. So I think we think that flexibility is important in not having that parking minimum.
I understand that's the planning department's policy, but we're about to get into a conversation where we're asking what we ought to do as well from our perspective. So I'm just trying to understand.
If you want to ensure there's a minimum amount of parking, you would put a parking minimum.
Okay, that's what I need to understand. Okay.
If I follow up on the setbacks for MU4, in these instances, as you abut the residential district, it would be a 20-foot setback, but that could be waived.
Was setback from which?
From the abutting residential districts. Otherwise, there's no setback requirement under the MU4 currently. But as the building along Madison, as those new VC3, VC2 buildings abut the next residential building, we're requiring 15 feet in the proposing 15 feet in the zoning. If you saw something redeveloped under the current zoning, it would likely be 20 feet, but they could request to waive that.
So just what does MU4 require?
20 feet, that's what.
20 feet,
Yeah.
okay.
From an abutting, a side or rear setback has to be 20 feet abutting a residential district, but can be waived by the city council. Otherwise, there are no side or rear setbacks in MU4.
I just want to clarify for the people who are watching, okay, because what we're doing at the moment is considering what would be likely to happen today if somebody wanted to redevelop property in the business districts. And tell me if I get this right, but MU4 would be a zone change, which has been requested a couple of times. It would be the likely candidate if somebody wanted to do some work in the what we're calling VC3 and VC2. It requires no setback to a business district, MU4.
Correct.
But it requires a 20-foot setback when it's up against a residential district, which the council has the ability to waive.
Correct, in a residential district, not a residential use.
Understand, and how the proposed zoning is written, is that there would be a setback requirement between you, I'm sorry, I wanna get this right. First of all, there's a 50-foot setback requirement to an existing or proposed residential district to anything higher than
Right.
3.5 stories, okay? Otherwise, there's a 15-foot setback that is proposed. Okay,
So
I just wanted that to
For
be
rear
clear.
and, for rear and side
Yeah.
abutting a residential district.
So just to make sure that we got all the same numbers in mind, if this is AU4, we're talking about 20 feet waivable.
Correct.
If we're talking about VC3, it's
15
50
feet, not waivable,
non-waivable.
yes.
And I thought there was one other number.
50 feet to anything higher than 3.5 stories. You can't have anything higher than 3.5 stories within 50 feet of a residential property line. Whether it's a residential district today or a residential district proposed.
Last number was 15 feet.
And
Yeah, 15 was, I'm trying to remember where that.
is the requirement to any building, of any kind.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I have to revisit this.
I know, I wanted to say all that because I know people are listening and they're probably, their eyes are crossing at this point. So, you know, that's the degree of detail that we're trying to suss out here. Yeah, okay, so I believe it's Councilor Danberg's turn.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I wasn't gonna comment on setbacks, but since we are talking about it right now, on front setbacks, I think context is an important thing. Especially if you have a home, if you have a built-out lot to the right and to the left. It just looks better if you've got context on the street. This property, set 193 Madison Ave, was the one that I had a question about. And most of my questions actually have been answered, but did you do an analysis of how many square feet were either in the original house or in what you proposed? And how many square feet total would that footprint be?
Yes, we
On
were
that.
looking at that. So we were taking the existing footprint and trying to model it as best as we could to what is there today. And so you can see we've called out in our table on the left, and I apologize, it might be a little small, that the existing footprint is roughly 2,050 square feet. So we were proposing an 800 square foot addition. These are footprints. And then we, extrapolated them, thinking them through as 2.5 stories of development. And what that in the aggregate would mean for average unit size, and how many units would comfortably fit.
Okay. And for the benefit of the people that may be watching, who have that 1,500 square foot footprint in mind, could you just reiterate where that 1,500 square footprint, under what circumstance you would have that, and under what circumstance could you have a 2,000 plus another 800?
Sure. So I think given that the existing footprint is over 2,000 square feet, which is, 500 square feet larger than what the maximum allowable is for new construction, it just wouldn't pencil out to tear this down and build a new building here. And so the more likely path for redevelopment would be to make an addition as we're showing, which will allow you to have maximum 6 units. We're showing it as 4 units here just because the parking is a little bit constrained and we wanted to not show a maxed out condition. We think this is more comfortable given the context and the site. And so we think given the size of the lot, the size of the existing building, the parking available, and showing it as being converted to 4 units when it's currently 2 units makes the most sense.
Okay, and so the incentive to not tear something down is definitely there when you're at or near the 15 or above the 1,500 square foot footprint
In the MRT.
in the
Just
MRT
wanted
district,
For the
right?
public.
And the parking, Where is the access to the parking in this? Is it on the right-hand side or on the left-hand side of that property?
So, there's, yes.
Say it again.
Right hand side.
Right, okay,
Yeah.
all right, that makes sense. Good, that's all I
My
have.
arm was
Thank
long
you.
enough.
Okay. So I did want to keep this in committee first, but there's other, okay, Councilor Lee.
Yeah, these are some good discussion, a lot of good questions. I was wondering, for your long-term development scenario, did you factor in how many new units of housing there would be? And how many of that could potentially be more affordable housing?
That's a great question. I think when thinking about how we can make housing more affordable, it also comes down to what the size of each unit is.
Yeah, I noticed that this one is a smaller unit at about 1,500 square
Oh,
feet.
I was gonna say that feels large.
Yeah, the other
That's
ones were
large to
smaller.
me, Yeah,
Well, I mean, compared to
Yeah.
the 4,000 square
True.
feet ones that
Yes.
we're seeing
absolutely.
routinely built, anything like, I agree, even smaller is more affordable.
Yeah.
But it's still a lot smaller than what routinely I see get built.
Yeah, so you would get some smaller units in some of the conversions here. It would not trigger truly deed restricted affordable units. That would come in the two VC3, VC2 developments, and we're showing 34 units in one, and I think it was 46 in the other one. So we would see, 17.5% of those be actually deed restricted affordable.
And I think as Councilor Albright was saying before, what would happen if these were developed in the underlying zoning, and as you were kind of alluding to, if a home were to be demolished on Madison Ave and built to a 2-family home, each of those would sell for a significant amount of money, like we typically see. The units that are 1,500 square feet a pop in these conversions would be selling for lower and be at a lower price point, accessible to a lot more people than, a $2 million, 4,000 square
Right.
foot.
But I think it's really important that we're building, because we're not gonna create more affordability just by working within our inclusionary zoning ordinance. We actually have to build more market rate affordability. So that's really the way to go, just create more supply. I think that's an important point, and by making them encouraging smaller units, that I think is a sensible way to try and increase supply for more people and create more diverse housing.
Okay, thank you. So if there's not another member of the committee, I'm gonna go to Councilor Laredo and then Councilor Downs. And just for the
Thank you,
pub-
Madam Chair.
Let me say
So,
one thing for the public, before you begin, please. We're having a broader discussion, but the purpose of this exercise is to look at real potential for development on the ground, according to the zones that have been proposed. This is not anything the city is doing or proposing. We are just looking at what could happen over time. I just want to make that clear as people are joining the meeting. So please go ahead.
thank you. So first of all, I hope I'm speaking loud enough for folks at home as well as here. I'm very appreciative of the fact that you took the time to do this detailed analysis, because this actually tells us a great deal. And I have a number of questions on it, but let me just start with, how many total parcels did we talk about here?
14.
I wanna say in the range of 14 to 16.
Okay, so 14 to 16 parcels. And I believe I heard you say that your vision of short-term was 1 to 4 years, medium-term was 5 to 8, and long-term is what, 9 to 12? Did I get that right?
9 and up.
Okay, 9 and up. All right, just want to make sure I get the standards. Great. So that's also very helpful, because I'm not sure, when I've been listening to discussion in this room, I'm not sure everyone shares the same view as to what short, medium, and long-term is. So it's good to have your definition. In these 14 to 16 parcels currently, how many residential units do we have?
That's a great question.
Well, if you can't answer it tonight,
Yeah.
it would be extremely helpful to have a number. And of the ones that you think are likely to, I understand for good reason that some parcels will not get redeveloped. They don't make sense economically, all the reasons you described, but a number will. So how many units do you anticipate creating for this, on these 14 to 16 parcels?
That's a great question. Yeah, we would have to, I think, follow up to.
Well, I think you talked about 40 or so on one of the VC3s and 32 in another, right?
Yeah, so about 80 on the large buildings and then adding, like
2, 4,
Three,
5
four,
more
yeah.
units on the other ones.
So a total of 85?
About, yep.
All right, I think again, those numbers would be very helpful. How many parcels throughout the city are going to get rezoned in this process?
It's about a little less than 1,500.
So 1,500, and here we're taking a snapshot of, say, 15, right? So if, I'm not suggesting we do this math because I think it would be highly subjective with such a small sampling. But it seems to me with even a modest amount of additional sampling, you could get some pretty good estimates of the number of additional units you're going to get in the city through this process, short-term, medium-term, and long-term. And I would urge you to do that because that allows for proper planning. Right now, when I asked my question of the planning department, I was told we don't know what the number is, we have no idea what the number is, and we're not gonna try to find out. And respectfully, from what I just heard from our consultant, we can find out, we can do it fairly readily, that would tell us what we can reasonably anticipate and allow us to plan. And I also wanna be clear, colleagues, I fully accept and agree with the concept that we're not gonna redevelop each and every parcel. That's not going to happen, nor should it happen. It makes no sense economically. But if this is going to work, you are gonna redevelop a not insignificant amount of this area. You are gonna be building more housing. So let's find out what our numbers are. That's all. Two other questions. Did you factor in your analysis the ability to combine lots, and if so, how?
We did, so for a couple properties that front Walnut Street and Madison Avenue, we were thinking of that. This slide is one great example of it, where a corner parcel was combined with the Village Bank lot. But given what we think would be a protracted negotiation process, we thought this would be something that would be maybe likely in the long term, but it's really hard to say when that might happen. It's more a matter of a developer may wish to pursue that route, and if they do, then acquiring that parcel will take time.
Well, I'd suggest it might be helpful to talk to the planning department about how long it took entities like Trio, which acquired multiple buildings in their process, and how long it took to do that. And we have multiple examples elsewhere in the city of developers who are acquiring multiple lots. It certainly doesn't happen over 6 months, but a developer who says, I want the one lot, not 12, one lot, wants a lot next door, comes up with a price that's attractive, that could happen more quickly. So I would push back a little bit on the assumption that just because you're gonna have to acquire a lot, it's going to take you 10 years to do it. Acquiring 5 lots very well might, because that's a harder process.
Yeah, and that's true. You know, for all of these are educated guesses. We could see none of this happen. We could see more than this happen. We were probably unlikely to see these 2 buildings happen at once, just because.
Why?
You want to make sure the market can absorb your new units. So what we generally hear from developers is that you don't usually see construction happening right next to each other at the same time. It tends to lag a bit. It could happen.
How long apart were Trio and Austin Street?
Yeah, there were a couple years.
Okay, but we have multiple other projects elsewhere in the city that are proceeding forward. Some are now stalled. all along the Washington Street corridor, right?
Yeah, I mean, these are directly adjacent to
Understood.
each other. So we could come up, and this was sort of our point, so many different scenarios for what happens here. And that's why we took one small street. When you start to extrapolate this, that's where we really have concerns, because we could see the bulk of this is coming from these two big buildings, right? In the MRT, you're gonna see little bits and pieces over time. There's no real incentive to combine lots, because then if you're building something new, you get 4 units. So why would you tear down 2 of these homes that probably combined have more than 4 units to build 4? Where you see the potential for lots being combined and acquired to a point is in the VC3 and VC2. There's no incentive to acquire as much as, say, a trio, because you can still only build a 15,000 square foot footprint. One small piece of trio is more than that 15,000 square foot footprint. So you wouldn't acquire a whole block to do this. So if we see only one of these happen, our estimate's off by half. So when you extrapolate that across the city, those numbers become more and more meaningless. So here, it could be 0, it could be 80.
So we're not gonna try, is that what you're saying? Because, I mean, there's a fundamental concern I have, and I wanna get back to my other question. But my fundamental concerns, I fully agree these are estimates. This one may not happen, another one might. But you've presented with professional judgment, reasonable scenarios of what might happen. So amplify that, come up with reasonable scenarios. We're sophisticated, we understand not all of it's gonna happen. But to say, well, who knows, so we don't plan at all, I guess I personally have a big problem with that. I'll leave it there, there's no need to respond.
I would like to respond though, because I think it's disingenuous that there's no planning going on. We are in regular communication and coordination with other city departments to make sure that the city has the infrastructure, has the services, is prepared for what might be coming. If we were, say, to focus on schools, and if you wanted to plan for schools, and you wanted to plan for any potential increase in students as a result of this, looking right here, we could have 80 units, but we might get us 5 or 6 students. We might get a few more in the, in the additions. When we multiply that across all the village centers, and we say, okay, maybe we'll get 2,000 units over the next 8 years. Maybe we'll get 10,000 over the next decade. How are you using that information to plan? Are you going and then deciding we need to build a bunch of new schools because students may come? We don't know where that development might be located. We don't know how big it might be. We don't know how much residential. We don't know the unit mix. We don't know the affordability mix. We don't know the commercial percentages. All of these greatly impact what sort of resources we need. We are planning, we're just doing it on a more short-term basis.
Right, but here's the problem. You don't have land for school buildings in the city right now.
And we
okay?
have declining enrollment.
I'm gonna leave it because this is for another day. I just have to say, if you're planning on increasing the housing supply in the city by 25% over the next 15 years, and you're not talking about any increase in student population, I just can't accept that.
We're not saying that.
Okay, but can I just ask one other question, I'll go on? It's more detailed, I promise, Madam Chair.
Okay.
So did you consider the ability of a developer to divide one of these VC3 lots, for example, into 2 buildings, and does that create more or less ability to do construction?
So I believe we said we did not. However, though, I am looking at this right here, and on the far right in the bottom on Long Madison, it's 72 Madison right here.
Yeah.
That's a building that's a property. I don't know if Jacqueline, you could kind of hover the arrow. Yep, that one right there. 72. That has 100 feet of frontage. It has a building that's pushed to the left. I would say that is a property that could be subdivided. The building could be maintained, And then next to it, a 3 to 4 unit building could be built.
And did we factor that into the equation?
We didn't look at it for this, but it could happen as part of this process.
And when you subdivide, that would mean that you literally break the parcel in two, same owner, but two different parcels and two different buildings because they're on different parcels.
Or subdivide and sell
Yeah,
the
it might not be
vacant
the
parcel
same
to
owner.
So somebody else who wants to develop it.
Correct.
Going forward, I just ask that as you do these analysis, that you think about that, because it may not be feasible for a lot of the others, but
Right.
again, if we're trying to think what a developer's gonna do, they're gonna try to make money.
I think in these examples, they're really, that one right there, I think is a really good example where it could have happened. I think the other ones are not.
Okay,
and
that's helpful.
Didn't make sense.
Thank you. I'm all set, Madam Chair. Thank you very
Thank
much.
you. I have Counselor Downs, then in the room, Counselor Lipoff, and then Counselor Brockman in that order. You're muted, Counselor Downs.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, good. Well, this is very interesting presentation. Thank you very much for that. I just have a very, I hope much more simple clarifying question. When we're looking at some of the houses further down the street than the ones that are currently being highlighted here, and they are currently non-conforming, as Councilor Baker noted, will they be able to use the overlay to make improvements? And I'm not thinking adding units and, stuff like that, but just, normal improvements that currently they have to go through the special permit process for. Will they be able to do those by right?
It depends. What sort of improvements are you thinking?
So currently we're seeing applications for special permits for adding spaces to garages, wider driveways, for dormers, for mudrooms, for basement entrances that all of a sudden create a third story, that kind of thing.
So
They're modifications.
it depends. So they could opt in to the overlay district. And if they were fully conforming with the overlay district, they could make any modifications allowed by the district. That said, some of these, if they're currently a 2-family, the overlay district only allows 3 units and up, so they could not. If they were a 3-unit building, and they wanted to put an addition on, potentially, we need to look at how that works if they're not adding housing units. I think it's most likely they'll opt in if they're converting an existing building to more units or doing an addition to convert to more units. I don't know that it would solve sort of the mudroom scenario that you often see. And the MRT district actually ends, so the houses on the furthest right of the map actually are not in the MRT, so along Madison, it ends a couple of parcels. Yeah, if you go back to the green, or go to the next slide, sorry. Yeah, so it doesn't actually extend that far along Madison. The lot Zach pointed out would be a good candidate for subdivision actually isn't included in the district.
Okay.
What's the maximum for adaptive reuse? It was in here and I couldn't find it.
The maximum number of units or footprint?
Units.
6.
6.
Yeah, and I know President Albright mentioned that as well, and I
It's
think
missing.
yeah, I think it maybe got moved or something at one point, but we've since made sure that that's clear.
Okay, I'd like to keep going with
Yeah, sorry.
folks, that's okay, but Counselor Lipoff, you're next, and then Counselor Bowman.
When you say that, these different types of properties have these lag times, I want everybody to be clear that that isn't saying that, all of these properties within those times will be done. That's kind of, this one would take just that much time. And this one that is a little bigger would take 7 to 10 years because of planning, buying, doing. So everybody, this is still hundreds of years for this to be fully baked, if ever fully baked. So is that a good clarification of what you said?
Absolutely, thank you.
Thank you.
And we may even be a little aggressive given the current economy, as we're not really seeing anything happen right now. Some of this is maybe optimistic.
Right. And this is great to do it on one street. To do it in a broader, the more you do this exercise, the more useless it is because of all of the variables that can happen over time, including 20 years from now, if properties take advantage of this and happen. We don't know if the schools will be in desperate need for students as we're losing students now. We don't know what the economic viability of the atmosphere will be. So as we go further out in time, as we go further out of this neighborhood, it gets more of a useless exercise. And that is maybe counterintuitive to some, but it's something we have to get our head around. Something that I was kicking around today, which is interesting, is people are looking at the number of units. There's a lot of focus on the number of units, which to me is the wrong focus altogether. Because this is potential if we wipe the slate clean and say, what would this look like? But on top of that, we should all think about the amount of properties out there right now that have the potential to be torn down. If we go to every residential district and we look at every single family home and add a unit to it, and we go to every multi-family home in that district and add an accessory unit to it because we can do an ADU, and you count up all of those units, we have a potential in this city. Now, why isn't that happening? Because people need to want to do it. They need to want to sell their home to somebody who wants to do that and tear it down. They need to want to do that themselves. The potential for so many units right now exist, and it's not, we don't have to plan for our schools, for our infrastructure, for that potential. This is yet that same kind of potential that we are offering, but it's not going to happen overnight. It's not going to happen at a pace that we need to figure out what's this going to do to our infrastructure. That's how I'm seeing this. Tell me if I'm wrong, planning.
No, that's correct.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Lipoff. Councilor Bowman.
Thank you very much. So I just wanted to reiterate, obviously associate my comments with those of Vice President Lipoff and Councilor Downs and many others.
Sorry.
Louder.
Councilor louder. Councilor Bowman, we're not
Can you
hearing
hear
you
me?
very well.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
When you're closer to your microphone.
Okay, great. So I just wanted to associate my comments with those of Vice President Lipoff and Councilor Downs. And also I think that it's, what I'm hearing, number one, is this fear that every lot or almost every lot in the city can be subdivided and the maximum build out can occur. And I think dimensionally, people need to have a better understanding that dimensionally that's not possible. And that, I assume the process would stay that exists today for subdividing lots, that it would have to be approved by the city. But even if that process didn't happen, subdividing lots, dimensionally just doesn't make sense. If it makes too small a lot to build anything, that's not where people are going to go. So that's the point I wanted to make. And I think that this was a very helpful exercise, especially as it helped highlight the things that make, even if something is upzoned, that the reasons it would not necessarily be built or built in a short period of time. And I think this is really important work we're doing, and there's still much more to do about defining exactly where all of these zones are and what exactly they look like. But I think there's been a lot of great work done so far. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilor Bowman. One more comment from Councilor Leary. I do want to suggest that we have a lot else to do this evening, and so I would like to move on from this subject. Some of the points that people are eager to raise are definitely gonna be in order when we get to our sectional amendments and so forth. So, Councilor Lee.
Okay, that point taken, I'll be quick on my comments, because though I think this is an important discussion to have, I also, you know, we gotta remember why we're doing zoning reform, and it's not just about the numbers, it's about a lot of our other goals that we all think about, including environmental goals, economic goals, abilities to improve our neighborhoods, stormwater issue, like all, you know, white roofs versus all the black roofs that you saw in Newtonville, things like that. So I look at the very long-term picture as well. And I'm thinking that there's plenty of opportunity for all those properties if they wanted to develop them if they wanted to. I mean, you know, now, and we see it through all our neighborhoods, because we're getting, particularly in my neighborhood of Nonantum, there's a lot of knockdowns there right now. And that's frustrating people, and I'm hoping that with our zoning reform, as we get to residential, we will have better guidelines and opportunities to develop, but also to be sympathetic to our neighbors and to look at the context. And I just don't want to forget that while we're diving into the numbers as well about the number of units, because it's really not about the number of units. We don't know. It's like betting on a horse race. I was thinking the Kentucky Derby, Councilor Laredo, when you were talking. It's really hard to pick a winner. The buyer speed scale, all the variables, money
Well, other
track.
towns, Councilor Murray, seem to have goals and set them very clearly. I'll leave it at that.
Okay, we're not, this is
Well, I didn't
not,
quite hear what he said, but.
other towns have goals like we don't.
Oh, so.
Just one sentence of follow-up on what Councilor just said.
Are you all set, Councilor?
Yes.
Okay.
Does everyone know how many tear downs there are in the city of Newton every year?
Uh-huh.
About 100. There was 140 last year, but it averaged 90-something the years before. When people think properties are coming down all over, we have 21,000, how many properties? Single family?
32,000.
32,000, okay? That's all properties, right?
It's all units too.
Yeah. 100 a year come down. And most of those are by right, because nobody wants to come in front of land use. But it's not as big of an issue as people feel that to be. It's in your face. It's in your face when you drive by.
Right.
Okay,
But
folks. Okay,
as a percentage, it's not it's not huge.
Okay, Councilor Ryan, you've been waiting.
They're all on my street.
That is true. 80% are on the south side.
I just, quick. So, I haven't heard MBTA Communities Act in this, because that whole district you just showed is in half-mile radius.
Well, all we're doing right now is looking at one small piece of the
I know.
village, so I'm not sure what your
What I'm
comment
saying is
means.
that would qualify for that, for the MBTA Communities Act. That
Yes.
Walnut, Madison,
Yes, Newtonville, all of Newtonville that has the overlay district qualifies for
and we
counting
would,
toward those.
we would put that towards it.
Except for where we're requiring mixed use.
Yeah, not Walnut Street.
I know we're having that
Right,
mixed
it's
use
not all in
problem,
this district.
but,
Yep.
I'm talking about the other parts.
Yeah, that's correct.
That's all, I just wanted to clarify, and if anyone was wondering, no one even said that tonight.
The MBTA communities compliance is really a wholly separate thing from what we're looking at the moment. Because we're just trying to answer some questions about what's really likely, what's possible, what's the decision-making tree for a homeowner, a property owner, a developer, you know, what are the factors? Because we're getting caught up in the numbers game. And folks are astonished by some folks are astonished by what the state is asking us to enable. We're coming from a different place originally, and I know you know that.
I understand with overlay and the Communities Act, but you're right about the numbers, because everything I hear and we don't even have a village center holiday, is about the numbers. It's about, 10,000 plus, and you try and say to people that, well, that's not just gonna happen overnight, but it is about numbers, and that's what our constituents, keep stressing, that it's about the numbers. Well, why isn't it 8,000, whatever, and you're talking about 10,000 plus? So I'm just saying that, and then I know MBTA, Communities Act is by right, so I just think that, I don't know, when we talk about this, that maybe we should once in a while reference that. For clarification.
I'm sure we will be, especially as we get through the text, go through the text. And actually in our next piece, we'll be talking about the numbers. But I do have one more person who wants to, two more people who want to comment. So Councilor, President Albright, and then Councilor Lippoff.
I want to
Oh, you
thank,
don't want to now?
I want to thank Councilor Lippoff for bringing up the ADU issue, which we passed it maybe, 5 years ago, and then we updated it maybe 2 years ago. And how many, there are 20,000, 30,000 single-family houses in Newton. So we could have had 20,000 ADUs, we've got about 150 if we soaking wet. So, and some of those are conversions from illegal.
Yes.
A lot of those are conversions from illegal, so that gives you a sense for how hard, there are so many financial issues to think about when you wanna develop something. And so it just doesn't happen. Anyway, thank you for that.
But it meant a lot to those people who
Yes, absolutely.
needed it. And
Absolutely.
so, okay. I'm gonna suggest we move on to our next topic. Understandably, this was a really interesting exercise, and thank you very much for coming in and so clearly explaining what went into this and what the factors are. So I appreciate that, and I know a lot of other folks have expressed their appreciation. So, would you like to leave? Yes. We can just take a minute.
I'll take you up with that.
You certainly may, but the committee
Oh,
may
no, I
not.
wouldn't deprive you of my company, right, no, right, Crossley.
So if folks want to take a minute to stretch, we've been here for a couple of hours and
Sorry.
I can use a very quick break. So 2 minutes, we'll come back to the table.
That's why he said 20,000 is there.
And it's less than 1%.
Yep.
And we had a rush.
You know, Holly, I took a look.
Who were dying here having meetings so that they could have their child, their disabled child, or their parent, or their
Housing production plans,
you know,
they both have specific goals. The number of units they're trying to
family
build.
who has a 92-year-old. They want to bring her to live, but she needs her own little
We
space.
just have to talk about the numbers.
They built it, and
And
it's
say, why might
fixed.
not get to this number, that's okay.
But these are the people who other people that just,
I have an ADU in my house for me.
Yeah.
So that my son can
So
live
your
there.
kids can live there. Yeah.
Yeah. Put an elevator in.
Yeah. Someday, so we can all live in my house. When we're 100.
Coming over now.
Yeah.
But they're different.
She said, she said the coyote and his baby were in their backyard and nothing they could do could make it go away.
Good challenges.
But there's nothing you can do about it. I'm just reading about it during the meeting.
I'm sorry.
We just, list of things to do to,
So we have two of those. No, it's gonna be 198 right now. You should get some. No, that's Norton. She jumped to Corp after that.
But I would like to think a little bit more about the house right next to the BC.
There's a house next door to you.
Twice.
Three different types.
Yeah, two times for Lenny and one time for. Look, well, here's the problem. You just go to what happens in life. That's a good point. Now, two towers changing.
We can't legislate.
To,
That's why I said.
wait, what's it,
But you have a,
not R&D. Lab space, right? Now, lab space is gone. I think those.
but that's 30 feet between houses at least.
Because the house might be 7.5.
Yeah, oh, all right,
Or it could
so
be
50
less.
total.
Okay, folks, are we on? Okay. Okay, folks, can we begin the meeting again? Thank you. So we're still on item 3822 and MBTA committee's item along with it. So Councilor Wright is next, and we're expecting you're gonna be describing the tool that you and Councilor Oliver have put together. Hoping we're gonna hear what assumptions go into it, how is it the same or different in your estimation anyway, from the compliance tool. We're aware that you have not yet given the tool to the planning department.
I did at the last minute here.
Well, okay.
And we're
No.
gonna meet with Zach. I think we're planning on Wednesday to going over it with him and stuff.
Fine, good,
So-
because that's some uncertainty that we have coming into this meeting. And if you could explain your objectives in doing it this way, then I'd like to go into, we'll have questions, but and comments, but I'd like to go into the sections. So I realize that you're looking at your amendments through the lens of this tool, but we're going to propose amendments as a separate collective effort after you
Oh, yeah.
explain the tool.
I'd like to go through my slides. I'm trying to keep it up pretty high because I tend to love to go into the weeds.
I know.
I like my data and
For the
numbers.
sake of the committee, and so
Oh,
we can
yes.
all participate in the amendment phase
Yes.
and the
And I-
summarizing.
And I'll just breeze over those things and we'll address them in the amendment. But I wanted to show what the two can do.
Okay, all right,
Okay. So,
please go ahead.
okay. So we can go to the next slide.
Actually, can we take the viewers off screen? It's just give me 1 second. Oh, thank you.
Okay.
Okay.
So
you're
these
on.
are the two docket items. I'm not gonna go through. One's our rezoning the village center overlay, the one's the housing choice bill. So it falls within that. And as you can see here, I did update my slides from last time. We were in a rush to get something together, and so there was, there's a few minor things that had, we needed to update a couple things. And the numbers are off by a little bit from before, but John and I have been working together and we're working from two different perspectives. And now we're really, really close. And I think it's a rounding thing. I round either up or down, John always rounds down. But we're very close. So, so going through this, the MBTA Act requires 8,330 units and UTL came up with about 10,000. And so we wanted to take a look, what's the total number? Not that it's gonna be built, and then we'll talk about it at the end there. What's the likelihood, what percentage of that? And so right now it's 17,920, but that doesn't include subdividing lots, and corner lots and MB in MRT are ripe for subdivision, doesn't include multiple units, buildings on a lot. This is just kind of the base. And we can go to the next one.
Can I just ask, on this slide, if I may, there's just a correction. I mean, the MBTA Communities Act doesn't require zoning to provide, but it sounds like you're saying that we have to provide 8,330?
To zone for.
To zone,
Okay, so I need to wordsmith it a little better.
Yeah.
Okay, yes,
Okay,
not
I'm
to
gonna
provide.
say, why don't we let you go through presenting the
Yep.
essence of your proposal, and then we'll do questions. There, I mean,
Yep.
we might all wanna wordsmith your slides, but I think we'll try not to do that until the end.
Okay.
No, well, it just seems
I
like
know.
it means two different things, you
It
know?
I
does
know,
mean two
I
different
know,
things.
I know.
Okay.
Okay, next. So, and we'll go through this in later, going through our recommendations or what we'd like to change. But put together a database, and I did request to UTL, you know, what about if we do this, or what about if we do that? And it doesn't seem like the state formula is easy manipulated. So this tool or this database, you can change these pivot things, you know, what is your special permit threshold? Changing VC3 to VC2, and then under a second, you get your results. So we can go to next. So how we went about doing this is we got the assessor's database, and we took the maps and then classified each property in the map area, MRT, VC1, VC2, VC3, eliminated duplicates. We put in the priority streets. We also said what if it was abutting residential, and VC1 could abut residential on two sides. And we have a pivot table where we put in right now what is being proposed, but you know, you can change the setbacks, the average unit size, maximum footprint, all sorts of things. And you just change a number and boom, and it just kind of spits it out. One assumption we did is we used each lot as a standalone. So we weren't combining lots, we weren't subdividing lots, just as a standalone. And in some ways, I think this gives you a better idea of what can actually get built on the lot, because we're using the zoning, the setbacks, the maximum footprint, and I'm not exactly sure what's all going into the MRT lot, but this is actually using the proposed zoning and what could be on each of the lots. Next. And here again are a bunch of the variables that can be easily changed. Like I said, special permits, setbacks, VC lot category, priority street, We also, which you're not gonna see much of that, I think I took this out because we're still working on it, is for the special permits, we were calculating what would be on those lots of special permit, and we're using the density, like Trio is 50 units per acre, and I think Austin Street is like 43, and Dunstan East is like 83. And you can change that number to give you a rough idea of what could be on a special permit lot. And we want to share this with everyone, you know, show us where we're wrong, show us where we can improve it. It's not quite there yet, but yes, we want to share it. Okay, next. So one of the first things I did here was to calculate the total VCOD, which is Village Center Overlay District units. And, you know, we did the baseline. And with 30,000 square foot special permit, and then we came up with a number. Then one of the things that I've been hearing is a lot of people don't like VC3, especially in the Village Center, the height. So what about if we just, you know, took all the VC3 and made it VC2? And then you can see on the right how it came down. And then I said, well, you know, there's some places in the Village Center, and in August we're going to go through this, you know, where I think VC3 is appropriate. And I have it in the my package, what I did as a VC3, you know, the numbers go up a little bit. Then start playing with the special permit size and where it is. And then, and it's more in the extra slides, how it affects the MBTA number. But then also added Auburndale in and also New Corner, because we can have 10% outside of the half mile of the village centers, and then we could also contiguous, it needs to be 50%, and we're overachievers at 69%, so I lowered that down too. Okay, next, sorry. And I wanted to point out also, and thank you, Mr. Roach, for pointing out I did have the header on this wrong. I need better work in wordsmithing. Is we do have a lot of special permits, multifamily units that haven't been completed yet. Some of them are 40Bs, some big projects, but there's a lot of small projects. And less than 20% of those are actually in the proposed village zoning, so they're in other places. And there's two 40B projects that will probably be approved shortly. One's being a meeting right now in the main chamber on it. Next. So, you know, some councilors think that we don't need to look at infrastructure, city services, fiscal, and traffic with all of this. So the reason why behind it is one, it came up with a number, and again, that's not going to be the 100% build out, but let's calculate what that should be. And let's go to the next. And so at the end of this slot, at the very end, I did go through with the Washington Street Vision Plan and kind of backwards engineering what do we think is the 20-year build out for the village zoning. And then at the this one here is, you know, this tool, it's not going to replace what we have to do with the MBTA Act, but it lets you change variables to come to a place where you're happy, and then, okay, let's take that in and give it to UTL and run it through the formula. But you can make changes on the fly under a second, and you can see how things are changing in each of the different villages and the numbers. Okay, next. So the original map is what the MBTA Act units are there, and then the red is what's calculated for all the units, including the priority streets and the other villages. And then I put a couple of the other big projects. Craft Street actually is in the wrong place, but I put some of the other big projects that are out there too, to give you an idea. Next. Okay. And then let's just go through the other ones really quick, just to see. So here, I did this table earlier, but I didn't have the MBTA numbers there, but you can kind of see when you change different things, how that changes the different parameters, how it changes the overall units and also the MBTA units. Okay, next. We can go next. These are things we can talk about later. One of the things, the contiguous land, this is my calculations, we're at 69%. We only need to be 50%, so we can have 109 acres outside of there. And we can have 10% outside of transit, which is 40 acres. Next, so this is just kind of my map. This is the map and getting up there. Okay, next. And so this in yellow is where I was suggesting, and again, we'll do this in August, you know, where I think VC3 is appropriate. And it's up for negotiations and discussion. Next. This, we discussed it earlier. This was a lot on Watertown Street, which is turning into, you know, 2 big townhouses. And I'm showing how you could subdivide it because it's a corner lot and you have room for parking and having 2 of these, you know, buildings on there. So that's just some of my math. Next. This is our pivot table. So you can see, and we're doing other things in there. I was doing scale factor where we would put a multiple building on a lot, needed to be, you know, enough 40% bigger, you know, to add it and stuff. And you can change how many stories, you can change your setbacks, special permit threshold there you can change. The special permit square feet calculation for unit numbers, that's, you know, like I have it here set at 50 to calculate what the special permit would put out on certain lots. Okay, next. This is kind of the sample of the database. You can see we go all the way out to AU for columns and stuff. And then just a sample formula that we use to, you know, figure this out. Next. I wanted to bring up, you know, how much is actually going to get built. And I brought up the Washington Street Vision Plan, which we just did in 2019. One of the things, though, they said tallest buildings should be used sparingly along the corridor, more than 3 stories. You know, they were saying then special permit. I'd like to see the special permits come down. So next. So on the left here was the fiscal analysis, and Washington Street Vision Plan had 2563 was a prediction of new units along these 2 corridors in 20 years. So I'm like, okay, so they calculated how much would be versus, you know, how much is there. And if you take a look on the right, you know, we have some extra areas, we have some less areas. So then my next page is, and this is something I would like to go through with planning and some of my assumptions. I do the rough calculations and stuff, and to come out with the 20-year build out, and just my analysis comes at 50%. But I'm like, you know, it's just a rough number. It could be 40%, it could be 60% or whatever. But I'd like to go over, you know, with planning on that to get a rough idea of what it is. Again, we're not going to get 100%, but using the Washington Street Vision Plan as something, you know, we paid our consultant and they came up with a number. And, you know, if you want to do more detail, we could put what they're zoning for into our little model there to get even more detail, but just to get a rough idea of what we're talking about. Okay, that's it.
Okay. Questions? First from the committee, then I'll go off committee if you don't have any questions or comments.
It's a lot there.
You know, Councilor Crossley, I think you're waiting for a committee person first, but I think Councilor Albright has her hand up.
Thank you.
So I was watching Lyle and he was kind of very interesting, but
I'm handling
I'm
Councilor
sorry.
Princeman, I'm on the verge of making a decision.
Okay. President Albright, you're first.
Sorry, Councilor Princeman, I'm sorry.
I don't have a question. What I want to say is there's a lot there that needs to be studied, and you know, and then there'll be a lot of amendments. These are imply amendments, which we'll be talking about later.
Well, this is more of a model. This is a tool. So we can say in our amendments, we want to go to 20,000 square feet for a special permit. What does that do to our numbers?
So here's a question for you, because you mentioned the change in the special permit. So am I correct that MBTA says everything has to be by right and a
Yes.
special permit doesn't count?
Correct.
Correct, so you take those parcels, any parcel that could not be developed by right gets taken out.
Okay.
So I think one piece that is important here is the mapping component that goes along with this, because when you reduce that threshold, you don't necessarily still get to count all the parcels, because you might end up with little bits that are under 5 acres. Like, that's why we are not counting Auburndale, because when you take out the lots over 30,000, the mixed-use priority street lots and the city-owned lots, you get kind of Swiss cheese, and you don't end up with a piece that's 5 contiguous acres. So that's the only thing that needs
Yeah.
to
And
go
this,
along
we
with
didn't
it.
do the math,
Right.
we didn't have that sophistication. John left me last night at 1 or 2 in the morning.
I did.
I was still doing it, we didn't have the math.
So I guess my comment is that there's a lot of detail that needs to be really dug into in a big way, and it's hard to ask questions without having.
Well, it's
the
more about the
digging.
tool.
Yeah.
So what do you wanna do? Do you want bigger site setbacks in the MRT? How does that affect your numbers?
Yeah.
You know, and the number of units type of thing, and what's the MBTA stuff, and John, I think.
May I just,
Yeah.
Yes,
like,
please.
just one thought. We keep calling it a tool. It's literally a listing of almost, I think, Zach and I were just comparing notes, I think we're about 30 some odd lots different between the maps and what Pam and I have kind of collected. But all it allows us to do is to look at different scenarios that still, we believe, allows us to comply with MBTA. And to Ms. Kyra's point a second ago, yeah, we're gonna have to then look at the map again and go, did we break anything here? You know, and then put a pencil to that. But it does allow us to manipulate some of those variables, whether it's the size of a lot that requires a special permit or not. It allows us, I don't know why we would want to do it, but we could go into things like setbacks and start to, modify those and see what that does to unit counts. I don't think that's the intent, but we created it in such a way that we can manipulate those numbers.
So we're gonna go through the text of the zoning that we've been studying for a long time. And that's where, I mean, manipulating the setbacks would come in when we study the text, because it will affect the quality of our village centers.
Agreed.
So we may like it, we may not like it, we'll talk about it as amendments. So, and then maybe, maybe your tool comes into play after we've actually looked at the text and see what we like as the quality of our village centers.
I think that's a legitimate approach, or statement. I also think that, one of the questions that Chair Crossley asked us to think about or address are, why did we do this? For that reason right there. Because not everybody in the room loves the idea of VC3 as it's currently defined. Well, what if we edged it around a little bit? Do we still comply? Yes, no. Where? What if we did this? What if we changed it? And now we have a tool that will allow us to look at it that way. That was at least my intent here. So.
I originally had a different plan, but I wanted to keep it within the, the docket items, so I kind of pivoted and we came up with this.
That's what I thought from our first conversation, because you were
Yes.
talking about things that didn't fit within the
Yes.
docket item, which is why I was pursuing you to
Yeah.
see if.
And but as
really
you can
got
see,
it.
it fits, I think, completely within it. It's just a tool to help with our docket item.
Okay, I have Council Baker next.
So you articulated several variables that, this is sort of a sensitivity analysis as I understand it. You can change a variable by a certain amount and then see what the numbers ripple through. in order to see if we're still in compliance with at least the MBTA. The village is another question because there's no compliance issue there. That's a policy choice we're making. As I understood it from looking at the planning department memo, and I have really two questions there. There is some model that the MBTA has, the community, state housing folks have used to create the numbers that we're being asked to generate, right? They've got some, and as I understand it, this will be compatible with that. In other words, because you don't want to play two different scenario analyses.
We don't know. We don't know.
We don't know yet.
We don't know.
Okay, so.
And there is the mapping component. So the state compliance model, there's the mapping and the GIS files that work directly with the Excel workbook. So that's the one sort of caution I have. I think for things like playing with setbacks and stuff like that, something like this may be, you may be able to see a quicker response in playing with this tool. For things that are affecting like special permit threshold, things like that, the mapping component is really critical because you may not actually be able to count all of those units because they may not be in an area that qualifies because it's not big enough.
Right, but I think the objective on both sides is to say, if you go through the rezoning, go through our conversation we're going to have, and somebody says, well, I'd like to do X, we don't want to be in a situation where we say that breaks the game, because we've been going through this process in order to comply with the MBTA Act, right? So, but we need to be able to say yes or no to that within some order of magnitude of certainty, right?
Yeah.
So the process that Councilor Wright has gone through and you're trying to sort of work with is to be able to do that sensitivity analysis and say, yes, on the merits, that will still work, or yes, it might, but we have to go back and look at the map, to see, like special permit, right? I mean, we can't judge that right now, but I'm just trying.
Right.
But I think the threshold idea is how much maneuvering room do we have within the overall framework without putting ourselves in the risk of non-complying with the state, okay?
And let me ask Jen to speak to, because we've heard this clearly, some of us have heard this clearly, but I'm not sure that everybody has heard it clearly. So you were talking again today about the number of units that the compliance tool is counting based on the current proposal. And that came in with that as version 2, not to say that this is exactly how we want to do it, but to give us some wiggle room, so that we can go through our qualitative analysis as a committee and as a council, and not be too worried about, breaking the compliance, breaking through compliance level, right? So we have some room to play.
Yeah.
I think what I'm hearing is that you're saying if you could, you're having fun doing this because it is informing what you would like to propose as a member, which is fine, and others may as well, but we ultimately have to use this tool from
Oh,
the
yeah.
stage.
This is just, because I've asked UTL and they won't make these changes, just to see how it affects it. So here's a tool that is close. I mean, it counts it a little bit differently because we're actually counting what actually can get built on that lot versus this formula. But it's very, very close. And so once you come up to something that you're close, it's like, okay, put it through the state's formula, and see what the number is. But one thing with this is the mapping portion of it. And maybe, it does break it here. Maybe you got to add a little bit more MRT or something to connect it back.
So I think Councilor Baker wasn't finished, but
Okay, sorry.
Yeah, I wasn't quite.
He's in mid-sentence.
Looks like his Zoom thing froze.
I'm doing a Mitch McConnell here.
Oh, you don't want to do that. You don't want to do that.
No, for a whole lot of reasons, never mind, I don't want to get in trouble here. But I think the point is that both the conversation that I've heard from the planning department and from Councilor Wright is to try and give some sense at a macro level of what the interventions look like if we make modifications, okay? And because there's a modification and somebody says, well, I think that'll break the model, then you need to understand whether in fact it will break the model. Because we've got to at some point turn around and go to the state after we're through all of this and say, we've done what you asked, and here's why we can make the case that we've done what you asked, right?
Absolutely, and
Okay.
you know, I think at least our recommendation is that as we go into this conversation about amendments and straw votes and all of that, that we're looking at it from a sort of policy perspective and what's best for particular village centers and what's appropriate for, you know, the different sort of scales and densities and zones. And then we see where that gets us. You know, we'll run, after we go through this process and talk about the maps next month, our intent then is to release a new draft of the ordinance. So we've been working all summer on the refinement, the wordsmithing, working really closely with the law department, with the commissioner, our new commissioner, inspectional services, with, you know, our team, with others, to really refine the proposal. And now we need your input on sort of the bigger substantive issues and policy to then produce a revised draft, which then we'll run through the state model, the mapping and all of that and see where it gets us. But we do, as you know, Chair Crossley said, we have wiggle room. You know, we mapped out what we thought made the most sense as a sort of starting point, and that got us above our goal, which I think is great because then it does give us some room to play, to pull in here, to add there maybe, to change some metrics, and hopefully we're still good.
I understand that, but I think what I'm hearing is that we get into a qualitative discussion, but it's ultimately going to turn into a quantitative discussion when you get done to see whether you're still in compliance, right?
Right.
And so that's all I'm just trying to understand. And so we won't necessarily say if a policy proposal is made, now if it has no legs, then it's a whole different question. But if it has support within the committee, then ultimately you've got to take that back and then run it through the aggregate model, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
And there may be some policy decisions that, you know, this committee feels are strongly that are the right decision, that then we need to figure out if they break the thing, we then figure out, do we want to make up for that in some other way?
No, I understand.
So there's options.
Yeah. The other pieces that I wasn't clear from Councilor Wright's presentation, again, apologies, whether parking was a variable that was in that spreadsheet.
No.
Because that's an issue that I think is important, and at some point we've got to, if it's possible to see what that variable does, it's important to understand that. Parking requirement, not a just,
Right.
okay?
So what you just, I just want to hear what you just said.
Yeah,
The-
there is
the
the variables that
parking.
we were talking about were setbacks, height,
yeah.
and sort of dimensional issues,
No
but
parking.
parking was not yet part of this.
That was a little too complicated.
We did do a parking sensitivity analysis previously, so we do have that. Yeah.
But again, one of the wiggle room questions for me is a matter of policy, is whether in fact we can require parking in what context. Now, what I'm hearing from all of the background, let's have the policy discussion on the merits and then see what the impacts of those are. Is that fair?
Yes.
And I just want to get that
Exactly.
ground rule understood. Okay, that's all.
Exactly.
Thank you.
Thank you. So with that, Councilor Moretti.
I just want to get, if I could, get a little clarification, Councilors Wright and Oliver, about what they put up there. Would you be kind enough to put up the chart, which I think had your various numbers on it, Councilor Wright?
It's like maybe 12 or 13
Yeah,
in there.
if you would.
There, right after there, that one.
Okay, so I just want to understand what you did here, if I could. So the top number is the village center units count, and you came up with, that was not done under the planning department's model, and you came up with a count under your model, right?
Right, but it doesn't include everything that's allowed by right in this proposed zoning. Like you could, subdivide lots, we didn't do
Right.
that. You can add additional buildings by right onto some lots,
And
we didn't do that.
And of that number, is it 10,000 there on the top? Top right?
top right, that's the MBTA count,
Okay,
and that's
the
what your
MBTA
TL.
count, got it.
So the right column is MBTA count and the left column is the VCOD.
Okay, so just so I understand, is the left one and the right one is a subset of the left one?
Yes,
Okay, so total number of units that could be developed under that model would be somewhere around 18,000 units.
plus we're thinking another 4,000 or 5,000 on it, which, you know,
I just-
additional buildings
I
and
wanna,
stuff.
I wanna understand what we're talking about, that's all.
Yeah.
So, say it's 18,000, I'm just gonna round it off. That is in village center only, includes, plus the MBTA zones, because some of the MBTA zones are not in village centers, right? And does not include other portions of the city that are not included in the village center zoning or in the MBTA communities.
Correct. So this will be Lower Falls, this will be Upper Falls. things like that.
I just
Yeah.
wanna understand the parameters.
Yeah, and priority
Right.
streets.
And your concept, as I understand it, of the tool is, it allows us to go and look through and say, if we make certain policy choices, i.e. we lower the special permit threshold from 30,000 square feet to 15,000 square feet, and we don't change anything else, this is the result, with the caveat that you would then have to run that through the MBTA Communities Act formula to make sure that you still complied.
Correct.
Did I get all that right?
Correct.
Okay.
And generally, on the right is the MBTA unit numbers, but we may have broken it because of a map.
I understand that the number on the right is an estimate and you
Yeah.
still have work to do to make sure you're complying. But as I understand it, the concept behind this whole formula, and you could add other criteria if you chose to do so, allows for far more informed decision-making by this council on matters of policy. And I think that's what you're trying to get at here. Did I get that right?
Yes.
Okay, I'm fine, thank you.
But so,
Go ahead.
so what if we took all of our village centers and said, we're gonna put MU4 in all the places where it's possible to put MU4? So, for example, in Trio, we had, we had no units of housing, or maybe we had 6 or 10, and now we have 140. So we could take MU4 and go through the whole city and figure out how many units we could get if we just used MU4 with the current zoning.
That's
And it
not,
would be a huge number.
but President Albright, that's not the purpose of this exercise. The purpose of this exercise is to allow us to make a decision about should the special permit threshold be 40,000 square feet, 30,000 square feet, or 15,000?
Yeah, but it doesn't have to do, I keep saying this and I guess I'm not getting through. It's not about the numbers, it's about the quality of our village centers.
That is, no, you're making a judgment about what you want the
Okay.
special permit threshold to
I'm
be.
sorry, we have a super amount of work to do
Well,
here,
but I-
and I know people
We're
disagree.
disconnecting here, I think.
I understand people disagree on the core principles that this committee at least decided a long time ago, that we do need to address in order to plan for the future. I don't think we wanna have that conversation again right now. We have a job to do, and we have a real deadline. So as we go through the sections of the ordinance that we got as far as version 2, it may be appropriate to question periodically the underlying thought that's in that section. And we will take then straw votes on it and see where people still stand. We may need to wait for, if the numbers are the most important thing to you, then you may wanna wait till we get some clarity on the numbers, till the tool is vetted by planning department, till we see where it aligns and where it doesn't align. But we are gonna go through this from a policy perspective, as Councilor Baker said, the policies we've been discussing for a couple of years now, and see where the committee is today.
Can I ask one other clarifying question about?
Please.
process?
Excuse me.
Because we have,
I will get to you, Councilor Humphrey.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
We have two different docket items, though we're talking about virtually at the same time because of the nature of this conversation. And the MBTA piece is one where we both have a target to meet for the state overall compliance. It's like the sideline and goalposts of the football field, and then we're looking at the policy in the middle. I don't know if that's the one analogy for this time of year. Anyhow, the point of this is that there is something that has a time sensitivity to it with the MBTA. The village center zoning, we started before, and theoretically we could complete after, right? And not, maybe we don't want to, but I just want to try and keep, if there is an appropriate separation to be made between those two, I'd like to understand that as we go along. Now, right now, we're talking about the policies, I think, interchangeably. You know, what's good policy for housing production in general and all of the things we've talked about. But there are two docket items, there are two different things, so I think it's important to the extent we can be clear on which one we're talking about if we are talking about two different things. If we're talking about one thing in common,
My
that's fine.
sense is that what we want to do is go qualitatively through the ordinance, look at the text from a qualitative basis, and, you know, how well do we think these metrics, these rules are going to serve the objectives that we share. And you're perfectly able to say that you don't share the same objectives.
No, I understand that, but if we're talking about MRT, I know we're talking about MBTA communities. If we're talking about Village VC.
Not necessarily at all.
Okay, well, that's part of why I'm just saying, there are
Right.
two different docket items and two different pieces of work that are being combined for purposes of our conversation, it seems to me.
I would say we're using the VCOD as a means of complying with the MBTA communities, not that we're separating them. But if you want to propose down the road, but not now, because I really would like to get into the qualitative material.
I'm just trying to understand, so.
Yeah.
Okay,
And
but we're using some of the VCOD to satisfy the MBTA, but some pieces of VCOD will not be part of MBTA, right?
Correct. The difference is in the map.
Is in the map.
Yes.
Okay, so I think that's helpful, and I just, at some point,
Right.
I'll just go
So
back and
when we get to
understand.
mapping, we
Maybe
could-
that becomes clearer in the mapping conversation. Okay, thank you.
Perhaps.
All right,
Okay.
let's carry on.
And Counselor Humphrey online who wants to speak, please go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I suppose maybe this would have made more sense 20 minutes ago when I raised my hand, but we got there in the end, I guess, from what I just heard, which was a big picture question. Are we aiming for minimum compliance with the MBTA Communities Act, so-called optimizing as phrased in that slideshow, or are we trying to build up our village center's economic base and comply with the MBTA Communities Act? There was a lot of unstated assumption in that presentation and any of the discussions we've been having tonight about what the objective is, and I don't know. It sounds like there's some disagreement on what that objective is, but that, you know, my understanding was exactly what Councilor Crossley just said, which is that we were using this to solve two things at once, not just to achieve minimum compliance. I don't know if anyone had any thoughts from the planning staff on that, or if we've already sufficiently covered it in the last 2 minutes, but I didn't think that that was necessarily stated explicitly in the discussion tonight.
I'd like to go to planning staff first. Counselor Wright may have her own objectives, which are suggested in her presentation, but Ms. Kyra and Mr. Lamel.
Our recommendation from the beginning has been what's best for Newton and Newton's village centers, and that is providing more housing, providing a strong economic base, and then seeing how that relates to compliance with MBTA communities, that not being driven purely by minimum compliance, but by what is right, what has come out of our economic analyses, our community engagement. And then I think we're in a great place that it also brings us into compliance.
Thank you. I'll just say for the record that I agree with that. Obviously, I said something along those lines a second ago, but that's been said many times by many of us, you know, that we started this process before MBTA communities law came along because we recognized we had some serious issues, long-term issues, current issues and long-term issues that we felt needed to be addressed in our zoning. So, Councilor Wright, do you want to add something?
Yes, I'm pretty much in line with that too. But, you know, what I've been hearing, you know, a lot of people would like to see some lower heights in the village center, and how does it affect all of this? But even this 10,000 number, which again is kind of an arbitrary number that we have, that doesn't include the priority streets and things like that. So that number in those villages are a lot higher than that. So we are going beyond the 8,330 units, by almost double.
Understand, but and I'm hoping we don't, were you finished, Councilor Humphrey, first of all?
I was not, no.
Okay, please go ahead.
It seemed like a lot of the emphasis tonight, and especially in that presentation, was about figuring out ways to toggle that number of hypothetical by right units lower in relation to that target minimum from the MBTA Communities Act, which I feel we might be losing the plot here a little bit in terms of figuring out what needs to happen in some of these village centers for them to be economically self-sustaining or closer to self-sustaining, so that we have enough patrons for these businesses and so forth, things like that, which is not exactly the same as the objectives of housing production that the state was asking for, but there's a bunch of complicated things we're trying to solve for. And it may be that, yes, we're over some number and that we have some wiggle room, and that's good for areas where we need to have flexibility, because I agree that the map is not, you know, locked in exactly where we want it, but it may not make sense to be focused on, oh, what levers do we need to pull to get that number down if the actual objective is not just compliance, but also making sure that the village centers are vibrant and economically viable, because a number of comments tonight from other counselors were talking a lot about housing units and potential housing impact or school population or whatever. And this isn't just about housing units, it's also about the commercial revenue base in the city. And of course, that when you have additional revenue generated, then you can pay for additional capital asset upgrades and expansions as needed, although most of our capital assets are clearly sufficient for a significant increase in population anyway. And then I guess the other very minor thing slightly on a different topic was just that there was a lot of lot subdivision stuff being thrown around in recent discussions, not just tonight, but in other meetings. And I recognize that tonight it was stated that that was not being played up as much as it had been at some prior meetings, but lot subdivision is not by right. So the idea that it's, you know, just gonna happen everywhere is not really realistic.
Okay, hold on a second. Please comment, planning
It
department.
is,
It is
you know,
by right under this scenario.
under this scenario, if you had, you know, if the subdivision regulations require engineering to review, so there is sort of administrative review, the planning board gets involved if you're creating a new roadway, anything like that. But otherwise, it is intended to be by right.
And there's no minimum or no minimum frontage and no minimum lot size.
No, but if we could get to the substantive sections, we
Yeah.
could talk about those things.
Okay.
Just saying. Council Laredo, please let us move on quickly though.
So I have to ask a question of my colleague, Councilor Humphrey, through the chair. He talked about vibrant villages, so I'm assuming his statement is that our current village centers are not vibrant. But my question is, and my question for my colleagues is, what number of units do you think you have to make the village centers vibrant? What's the goal?
I don't think that's the right question to ask.
Well, then what are you shooting for? What are you trying to do?
We're shooting for our goals around sustainability, economic development and growth, supporting our small businesses.
What does that mean? I mean, if I build 1,000
qualitative.
units, if I build 1,000 units in the city over the next 20 years, will I have succeeded
Okay.
or failed?
Folks, we're getting way off
Well, I think-
numbers game here even, which was the
I-
topic at this section of the meeting was to be presented with a tool that is said to be able to do certain things for us. And I think if we want to get into the substance of the ordinance, we should do that, and we should move to the text.
I don't, with all due respect, Chair Crossley, I don't understand how you can plan for something unless you articulate what your
We hear
specific
your
goals are.
comment. We hear that from you.
All right, and I'll leave it.
And I think that we have a set of goals that,
Disagree.
and we do disagree that we need to have absolute numbers. We want to allow certain types of development to happen to help invigorate our village centers and to provide the housing that, you know, is increasingly out of reach for more and more.
How will I know we succeeded, Councilor Crossley?
There'll be young families in Newton for change.
Okay, so
We're
that,
losing
there'll be no
families, we're losing
measurement,
school
it'll just be
population.
how we feel?
Well,
Well, not everything on planet Earth can be measured, contrary to the last 40 years of politics in this country claiming that every single thing can be measured.
Over time, the outflow of young families will not be as great as it.
That seems to be contrary.
Councilor Rado, we can look at the census data and see that we're losing young families at an alarming rate. And when that
So that's
stops,
a goal.
we'll know we've succeeded.
So that's a goal
And
then
that's a
that
goal we
you wanna
stated
achieve.
2.5 years ago, when we agreed that we
So
want
what-
to be able to facilitate a diversity of housing to meet the market need, that's the goal.
Okay,
And we're
but
not
that
able to do
doesn't-
that right now.
I won't know if I've
It's a
succeeded or
changing
failed.
Well, we
situation.
will.
I hope so, because I don't think our
Okay,
residents will.
folks, there's two people online who wanna raise their hands to this philosophical discussion, which is really not what was before us at this moment. But I will call on you out of respect for this process, Counselor Lucas and then Norton, and then if Counselor Lipoff wants to speak, I will call on you. Counselor Lucas.
Chair. Interesting conversation. I want to thank Councilors Oliver and Wright for their presentation and putting a proposal or a quasi proposal out there on the table. But I think essentially the essence of their proposal is to reduce BC3 to BC2 in several locations in the village centers. That is essentially the main essence of what they are trying to do. And if I could just add just one more thing, is that their proposals are designed to respect the existing village context and are consistent with the comments received from the community in previous visioning exercises. I'm talking about the Washington Street vision plan in particular. But also their proposal is also aligned with the city's comprehensive plan. They are not saying do not upzone, do not add more density, do not add more building height. Simply, reduce BC3 to BC2 in some locations. We would still comply with MBTA zoning, still comply with state law, and we would be adding more density, more buildings, taller buildings in the village centers. And I think that is what some of our residents would like to see, is the BC2 as opposed to BC3, pretty much up and down every major big village center. So I'll leave it at that. Thank you for the time.
Thank you very much. If you would let us get to the amendments, all of those things would come up. If we're just having a philosophical discussion, we are not going to be able to make any decisions. Counselor Norton.
I don't know if this is going to fall under what you would call philosophical, but I do think it's important to understand where we're trying to get to before we fill in any details on what the path looks like to that. So if our goal is compliance with the law, then that's going to be quite a lot more housing by right. And our residents, I know there's actually quite more awareness of this than is often happening with our zoning discussions. So I think people are starting to understand that a lot of change is coming and have a lot of questions. If we're going to go way above and beyond what is required by law, when what we're required to do is a significant increase, and you were talking a lot about Ward 2 earlier. In fact, you referenced not only my mother's street, but my mother's house. So this is going to start to get quite personal for people. then I think we have to have a better explanation of why we are doing that, and just that it's going to be more vibrancy for the village centers beyond the increase that would be achieved by law. I don't think that that is some far off theoretical thing. I think that's everything. How can we justify this huge change to people without having some idea of why we are proposing so much more and how we would define success? So I do think that that's an important thing, if it's not this second, at some point, to lay out so that we can all justify to our constituents why we're making these changes. So anyway, I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Norton.
I want you to focus back on
Thank
what you're doing.
I'm
I'll
not- I
hold
won't.
my tongue for another time.
All right, thank you. We're going to move to the next section. You guys want to stay here till 1 o'clock in the morning?
No, I'm on.
Thank you. Okay. Nope, we're going to begin this process. We very well, if we keep going down this road, we may need another meeting. So I'm going to go to the planning department to begin the process we outlined last session and again tonight, whereby each of the 6 sections, and a couple of them have 2 components, are briefly outlined to us, what's contained in those sections. And then I have had some help from the planning department to assimilate the amendments that came in from several folks. These are all just the textual amendments. Amendments to the maps are going to be taken up later and separately. And with the 2.5 years of discussions in mind, and where we've come from, and we'd like to get to the next step. And so, as Ms. Kyra explained earlier, in order for planning to be able to take us from version 2 to a more refined version, they need to hear from us on these substantive sections. I want to thank folks who have submitted the amendments, particularly the several of you who submitted them in the order of the outline as we discussed last week, because that made it, it was very helpful to organizing this. So when we get to each section, I have in front of me as the amendments as I understand them, and some of you have submitted similar or even the same proposals. So when that is the case, I will mention the 2 or 3 of you who have done that, and we'll take those up simultaneously. I want to say again for the public who's listening, this straw vote process is not definitive. It is, again, just trying to move us on to the next step. It's a typical process that we have used before, going through complex ordinances. This one probably takes the cake for complexity. What we're trying to do is optimize a really challenging puzzle. And so we need to take it in layers. And we would like to have that refined ordinance, we might call it version 3, before us in September, so that, as was earlier said as well, we're not only looking at substantively where the committee at least wants to go, but we're looking at text that has been fastidiously and deeply reviewed over the summer by a number of people and departments in order to make sure it's clear. So, the approval process is the first section. Who would like to summarize that? The easy one. Okay.
Sure, I'm happy to take a stab. And as you said, I think this is about amendments to the substance. I think we are still, specific language and certain things, that's what's happening, and the
Right.
refinements continuously happening over the time. But this first tranche relates to at what point a certain level of review is triggered. And I think as everyone in here knows that we are recommending the lot size is the piece that would trigger this. And the recommendation being that lots under 20,000 square feet are by right approved through planning review and inspectional services. Between 20,000 square feet and 30,000 square feet, this would be site plan review required by the planning board. Through that process, you could not deny a project if it met the zoning. You could require or attach conditions to a project which would alter the project in some way that would be required of the project, so long as, of course, it was within, you know, what the state allows. And then over 30,000 square feet, that would require a special permit through the city council, just as you know, larger or special permit projects go through the land use committee right now. We spent a lot of time on kind of calculating these numbers and setting these. I know there's been some talk, and we'll talk about amendments in a second. But we think, you know, for the size, feel, scale of development, for allowing smaller buildings on smaller lots, promoting infill development, these are the right metrics. Could they be tweaked here and there? We'll see, but again, we've researched and again, we think these are what are appropriate to get quality architecture, quality buildings of varying sizes that are going to be unique and interesting in kind of all of Newton Village Center.
Okay, thank you. We have an amendment that is proposed by three people with slightly different numbers. So I was gonna put those, it's Councilors Wright, Baker, and Laredo. They're all about, the amendment proposed is to change the special permit threshold. In one case, to 15,000 square feet. Save the priority lots for second item. From 30,000 square feet. In another case, to 25,000 square feet from the 30,000 square feet. And in the third case, from somewhere between 10,000 to 15,000 square feet. I think we should probably take this up as in tiers. I'll let the makers propose why they chose that particular number. And Councilor Baker and Wright, and then Laredo, take you in that order, how's that?
So as the planning department has indicated, one of the threshold questions is when you have as of right versus when you have some sort of review where you have the right to say no. Special permits, you have the right to say no if you don't meet the criteria, as we, I think, all experienced on the council, but the public may not still quite understand special permits, so I think it's important to just mention that again. Part of the challenge of this process is that we're talking about in the village centers, most of the time, the current arrangements require a special permit if the project is more than 25,000 square feet of building, not lot size. So that's the current metric, and we're talking about putting an overlay on top of that, which says that those areas which currently would be possible commercial developments can now be developed for as of right housing up to a certain number of square feet of actual parcel size, not the building. The building envelope is not the key dimension, as I understand, right? So we're using a different baseline for calling upon a special permit. I think it's important to understand that at least that's the distinction between the current ordinance. The property owner will have a choice under this model all along, because we're giving the property owner a choice of doing something under the current ordinance, or if the overlay is passed, then the property owner has an election and can make the choice. So we're talking about what is the election opportunity. It seems to me that I'm just personally comfortable with seeing a trend in the planning department recommendations where I thought you started with a higher number than 30,000 and went down to 30. Which I thought was a positive change in the And I think that the reason that I like this idea is that, and I'm going to use a current project as an example, which I've talked about in the past, but just to set the context. The project that we used to call the Atrium, which has now been redeveloped on Route 9, which is a building with a large deep parking garage, was the genesis of the idea that large commercial projects should have a special permit. Because that project was built many years ago, initially as an as-of-right project, before many people on this council were even on the council. Other projects on the same street, Chestnut Hill Square, the street and down closer to Hammond Street, for example, were all done through special permit. The project that commercially failed in its sense and was redeveloped because it's been its history, and Councilor Danberg knows a lot of the history currently because I think your husband's office is in there, is an example of something that I think wasn't done well as opposed to the special permit process, which improved the projects that have gone forward. Special permit projects generally in the city that have gone forward have been successful projects, I think, for the community and for the development. So I don't view a special permit as inherently a bad idea. In fact, I think it improves the quality of projects in a large number. Question is, what's the right threshold in this situation? I'd like to see a higher level of scrutiny and therefore a lower number. And I picked 25,000 because I thought that might stay within the range of opportunity that we've been talking about. Now, it may be a lower number, we'll still do that and still give us the quality of oversight that I think special permits provide. So I'm open to a lower number, but I want to just indicate why I think this is an important idea. As of right is useful for a certain number of things, and again, because we have this all the time in the city, you can build some houses as of right, and in others, if you want to expand beyond certain thresholds, you have to have a special permit. So we have this two-tier system. The question is, where's the right place to draw the line? And as the department has indicated right now, their current thinking is 30,000. I prefer a lower number because I think the special permit process produces better quality design and better quality work. But that's why I'm in favor of 25, but I'm open to others. But I just want to say the context of why I'm interested in this.
Okay, thank you very much. And others folks can comment too, but I think we should maybe go through the makers and then comments.
So I agree with Councilor Baker, why I'd like to see a special permit. In general, it isn't as arduous as a lot of people may think. We do, on one of my slides, have a lot of different sizes of special permits going through here. The reason I chose 15 is I used the tool and it still worked, but we need to take a look at the maps. But it seemed to work to meet the MBTA communities. In fact, I'd like to see it lower where it's not counted. A 15,000 square foot special permit, so below that would produce roughly a 66,000 square foot building, which is 3 times bigger than what we require now by right. And if at 30,000 you can do multiple buildings, you're talking about 2 buildings, 120,000 square feet roughly, which is 6 times more than what we require now by special permit, which again, we're giving up a lot of control, and especially in the village centers. One of the things I'd like to do is, especially with big buildings, is with the landmark buildings or iconic buildings in the village center, I want to make sure we still have the sight lines there. And like the building by the old CVS, how they were pulling it back so you can see the Masons building, the side and the brickwork and the windows and that. But by right, you give up all that control, and so that's why I'd like to bring it down. And I think 30,000 is way too big.
Councilor Laredo.
So I'll remind my colleagues that 4 years ago, we passed a Washington Street vision plan. Would you, Councilor Oliver, Councilor Wright, put up the language from that Washington Street vision plan?
I think it's the third one from the end.
And this is a vision plan, I'll remind
Down.
everybody, was designed for 2 villages, West Newton and Newtonville, and all the land in between, and went pretty much all the way to Newton Corner. John, could you highlight, Councilor Oliver, could you highlight the highlighted language or make that larger?
Jackie's doing it.
So the requirement of a special permit for any building that exceeds 3 stories in height or contains a gross area floor area of greater than 20,000 feet. That's the criteria that 4 years ago, this council said was the right measure. And that included the planning department, which was involved in this process. And you'll recall, we spent $500,000 to get this vision plan. That's not what's being called for in the zoning code. And I, for one, am at a complete loss as to what the rationale for that change is over a 4-year period. This is not a comprehensive plan that was developed 25 years ago. This is what we collectively said we ought to be doing. So what's changed? I suggest the answer is nothing. Nothing has changed. And therefore, we need to have far greater control. Now, the one change I will say that we do need to account for is how we meet the MBTA communities law. But that's where the tool developed by Councilor Oliver, Councilor Wright comes into play so well. We can play with the number, lower the threshold, whether it's 12,000 or 13,000 or 15,000, I don't know. I don't know how it meets. But we can do it, we can measure it, we can meet it, and we can meet what we said in our own vision plan ought to be the standard. And what are our residents supposed to think if after we spend $500,000 and a heck of a lot of time coming up with a vision plan and a very clear statement on that, we now turn around and say, nah, doesn't matter. Who cares? That was irrelevant. That was then, this is now. You know, folks, I guess I beg to differ. Let me just add one thing. Site plan review.
Oh, can we take that up separately? Can we just stick on the one thing?
Well, I think no, because it goes to exactly why I don't think 20,000 or 30,000 is right for site plan review.
Okay, but we'll vote on it separately. Well, we have to narrow down. so
But if
people
you
know what
go
we're
down to
looking at.
15,000, you don't need that site plan review process by the planning board at all.
Okay.
Okay, so I do think it's connected, Chair Crossley. Here's my fundamental problem with it. 2, number 1, the reviewing body is appointed by the administration. And this is not about the particular makeup of the planning board or the administration. It's a structural issue. We'll have a new mayor at some point in time. We'll have a new planning board at some point in time. But do we as a body want to give up our control over that process? That's number 1. Number 2, they don't have any authority. Mr. Lamel, you talked about attaching conditions, but those conditions at best are very limited. And if you don't have the right to turn somebody down, like we do in the special permit process, then in my mind, that review does really nothing and is really window dressing. I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Okay, okay, go ahead.
So, one of the first things that UTL discussed with us was changing the special permit criteria away from the size of the building to the size of the lot. I don't have all that memorized. I hope that you do, because I would like to go over it again.
Well, I mean, I think we can go back to what Councilor Baker started with, that the atrium, that project is what, am I reading, looking back, is what prompted the special permit requirement for building that has more than 20,000 square feet. I think that's correct.
That's right.
The atrium is a building that is not in a building, and that change that was made in the 80s, changed policy for village centers. And I think we can agree that the atrium is not in a traditional village center. So the policy for what could be built by right or by special permit in village centers was changed based on a building that is not in a village center. That building is over 600,000 square feet in gross building area. That building is on a 125,000 square foot lot, which is about the same size as the lot that Trio is on. Those projects should absolutely require a special permit. No question about it. Projects on smaller lots where the buildings take up the most of the lot, which is typical in our village centers, should be allowed by right. Or should be allowed by site plan review, or if you get to a bigger and bigger lot, it should require city council approval. These numbers, 30,000 square feet, 20 to 30,000 square feet, less than 20,000 square feet, we can debate here and there, but they are rooted, I think, in urban design best practice to get a result that we feel is appropriate. It's up to you to make that decision. We believe, I think, 15,000 square feet. We've talked about for VC3 that a maximum footprint allowed is 15,000 square feet. If you set the special permit threshold at that, then really you're basically, we've already come to an agreement. We can reassess that in a second, but we've been working under the premise that a 15,000 square foot footprint in these select locations makes sense. That requires a slightly bigger lot, and so therefore you should have an ability to build by right, to build the maximum that this committee and what we think has come to a kind of agreement upon. So that's where these numbers are being set.
And I think that, thank you for that. And, the atrium building and any building that size, like the Trio building, would end up being special permits.
Absolutely.
So we are still protected in those instances.
You won't see buildings that big that are not allowing footprints anywhere near that size. So one of the things we've done that's different from the Washington Street Vision Plan, and that we've taken input from vision plans such as that one, is taking a lot of those goals and building them into the zoning. So taking a lot of the design standards that get incorporated in special permit projects and making them zoning requirements. So when you're talking about a lot under 30,000, and again, maybe there's some, maybe that's not exactly right. We did start higher and come down. Initially, I would be concerned going too low. You're talking about a building, a relatively small lot that's infill, that's having to do all of the basic design standards. There's not a lot of complexity there. We know where parking has to be located. We know what's allowed at the ground floor. We know how much transparency we need. We know what your roof options are. We know what sort of screening and step backs and step downs and all of that are required. Now again, there may be work to be done on exactly what those requirements are. We may not be all the way there yet. But we know what all of those things are. We have all of the other ordinances and requirements that are controlling, other things such as vibration and traction, rodents and all the things. There's not a lot of complexity there. When you get to a bigger site, you're looking at maybe multiple buildings, you're thinking about site circulation and access more, beyond the requirements for where the driveway is located that we already have in there. That's where that discretion is really important. But when you're talking the smaller sites, everything's baked in already.
The design guidelines in particular, that we haven't had standards. The other thing, I had a conversation with the Watertown Planning Director, and I said that we have a lot of concerns that site plan review doesn't have any teeth. He said, don't tell me that, because I hold people accountable for things using site plan review with conditions. And maybe we ought to get him to tell us what he does and how he does it. But to him, site plan review is enough to add the conditions that he needs.
We just can't deny it, or can't deny the use, or really cut it back to something much smaller than zoning allows. But yeah, we can condition, we can look at design, we can look at site plan, all of those things.
Yeah, it would be interesting to talk to other
Yeah.
communities who have some of this stuff in practice, because peer review makes a difference. We found that with the Urban Design Commission, peer review makes a difference in how people sort of raise the bar on quality.
Maybe he could join us on Zoom.
Our site plan review of village and third ordinance is part of our special permit, it's parallel to the special permit.
Right.
It's done by, every time we vote a special permit, we're also voting
Right.
site plan review, which doesn't
Right.
require 2/3 vote, it only requires a simple majority. But I think the point that you're making about site plan review, just to carve that out, you can condition a project, but if it's, the net effect is to deny the use, you know, let's say you've got, then you can't do that. That's, the site plan is conditional but not deniable. And there's a difference between that and special permit. That's the concern I think people have.
He talked about the project that he approved, the big project in Watertown that just happened on, I don't know the names of the streets.
Galen Street.
Yeah, I don't know what. Anyway, he said, I feel very comfortable that I was able to put the conditions in that this building needed to make it what I'm happy with.
There are things you can do with that. It's just that if the developer says, that's gonna make my project not work, then you're up to challenge, and that's the problem with that, as I understand it.
That's a nuance that probably a lot of folks aren't aware of, in terms of how that works.
But I guess the question just before the committee, Madam Chair, is just, is 30,000 the right number? Is a lower number give people more comfort without necessarily breaking the system? And that's why I went to 25, but there may be, 20 would be, still accomplish a lot of what, I don't know now, other members of the committee do.
Anyone else want to comment from the committee? I was gonna ask for.
Okay.
Yes, I knew, but Councilor Leary, I'm gonna go around.
I think it's very helpful to just visualize the buildings and what can be built. So Zach, even your discussion about how big the Atrium Mall is, I didn't really know it was 165,000, is it 165,000?
The lot is 125,000.
125,000 square feet. Sometimes it's hard for me to visualize, so I'm sure it's hard for members of the public to visualize what size building are we talking here. So might be helpful to have more actual visuals on that. And but the discussion about how you came to that 30,000 as opposed to the 20,000, which was, that was in the Washington Street plan, right? But it was a different.
It was 15,000 square foot buildings, not 15,000 square feet of lot.
Okay.
And 3 stories.
Hold on, it's the existing special permit the threshold is 20,000 square foot building.
Okay, 25,000 square foot building.
20,000.
20, excuse me.
20,000 square foot building,
floor
and we're
area.
proposing the threshold be a 30,000 square foot lot, which for a sense of scale is slightly under 3/4 of an acre.
It's a huge difference.
It's the combination of the lot size and the building footprint that is controlling scale versus, that's controlling the scale of the building. So versus saying that the scale of the building itself is what should trigger the special permit. I know you understand, I think when people throw these numbers around, it might get just confusing.
Right, there's a lot of numbers being thrown around.
But-
Okay.
The 30,000 square foot lot would hold two 60,000 square foot buildings on it by right.
You wouldn't max out the footprint because you need the 25-foot separation.
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah.
that accounts for that. And access to,
Parking,
Yeah, all of
access,
that.
setbacks.
Right.
So.
I would need to do the numbers, I would say between 55 and 65, but roughly.
May I
Anyone else,
just add
hold on, please. Anyone else from the committee have a comment on this? Go ahead.
So the other one is, for me, so I'm willing to go as high as 15,000. And what I'm proposing in areas that don't count towards the MBTA Communities Act to go down to 10,000. Because those numbers aren't gonna count anyways. And I'd like to see, we just get a lot more control. And if a developer comes in and has all their ducks in a row, it goes very quickly. Most, except for the very complicated special permits, most special permits can go very quickly if they know what they're doing and have their ducks in a row. And, I'm worried about sight lines and things like that in the village center, and you give that all up with by right.
He was
You could see some of that through site plan review. With the special permit process, it's not just a special permit process. Sometimes that goes relatively quickly, smaller projects. There's the risk involved. So the risk of when you're going into it, whether you'll get the special permit, what sort of things you may need to commit to, mitigations, extractions, et cetera. And then there's the inevitable appeal process and the years of legal fees. So that's partly why we see some of these, consolidating land and building something bigger to help mitigate that risk. I would want to be careful going too low with that number, even if it's units that we're not counting, because we may not see anything, and that's sort of the core where we really like to see some more housing, more with ground floor retail, those sorts of things. And the more you cut back on things, the more attractive MU4, BU4 look, and you kind of end up back where we are today with just requests for rezonings.
So I guess everyone has spoken who wants to. I'll still take, Council Ryan, I didn't see you. Go ahead.
Thank you, Chair Crosby. I just briefly, as I've always wanted to do is the stipulations, so I would want the site plan review to have teeth no matter what we were doing. And I've always thought that the special permit process on larger buildings and developments needs to be speeded up. But a question I'd have is, if we set 4.5 stories in the village centers, and that's what we came up with, and would that, if they wanted to go higher, not saying we'd let them go higher, but we might, would that trigger a special permit?
Not allowing special permits to go higher.
All right, that's what I wanted to just clarify, because that's what I thought.
The current draft does not allow any additional height by special permit.
All right, I just wanted to clarify that, and anyone else that was questioning. Because going from the 3.5 to trios, trio, and then, it triggered the special permit. I just wanted to make sure that that was the height, and that's it, and that's what was sticking.
Yes. So I want to say, because I will go on record before we vote, as the last person on the committee to speak, I'm not particularly comfortable with making a change to this threshold. I would consider a relatively de minimis change, like 25,000. I'm going to go with what the committee thinks. I don't think that would have a huge impact. My concern would only be, does it cut out enough lots in some areas so we're losing contiguity where we need it for the 5 acres or in any other way? I think so much analysis has gone into this, and the objective is to see some development. So I'm, as Councilor Baker said, not wanting to make a deep cut here. I'd rather look at the metrics more carefully and see, what adjustments we might need to make the concessions that people seem to be concerned about adjacencies and concerned about, what the qualitative physical environment, the quality of physical environment results, should there be, are the setbacks right, should there be screening, that sort of thing. To me, it's really important to get those things right. The core principles, I'm not eager to change at all. So maybe what we ought to do is to get a sense of the committee on where we stand on first making a change at all, going to 25,000, or going, say, pick a number, since folks weren't totally clear about a number, going to 15,000. I'd like to take up the priority streets as a separate item. And I'd like to take up a question about site plan review as a separate item, since all of these things seem to be in the mix here. How does that sound? Okay,
Madam Chair, can I ask a question?
Of course you may, Councilor Princeman.
Thank you, and I apologize for coming in late with the question, but it feels like it might be helpful to understand the impact of changing the special permit threshold on the other components of this. In other words, how would it impact our compliance with the MBTA? Communities Act, how many parcels are we talking about? For example, how many parcels are there that are, greater than 20,000 square feet, but less than 30,000 square feet, just to get a sense of sort of the strength or impact of this particular decision. How significant is this to me? You know what I mean?
Takes 2 seconds.
I think, well, but we don't have a vetted tool on the one side. We will eventually, but we don't yet, because planning hasn't had time to go through it.
So I can't answer that question about, the connection with MBTA communities definitively. I think changing the special permit threshold from 30,000 to 25,000 would be negligible. I think reducing it by half would probably have an impact that would warrant a deeper dive, and I don't think that is an appropriate change. In terms of how many lots, there's again about 1,500 lots that are in the current iteration of the map. In terms of how many lots are between 20,000 square feet and 30,000 square feet, it's 68 of them. In terms of, lots that are between 25,000 square feet and 30,000 square feet, it's 20.
16. That's what I got.
Yeah, if you take MRT out, it's 16. So the bulk of MRT makes up the highest number of lots in the zoning. The threshold is kind of irrelevant to MRT because you're not going to take a 30,000 square foot lot and do a 1,500 square foot building, and you need a special permit to do multiple buildings on the site. So it's more about the impact to the BC2, BC3 lots, which represent a much smaller number.
But if they renovate and add 50%, they can put on unlimited number of 1,500 square
But
foot
let's get to
footprints.
that.
By site plan review.
Yes.
Yes.
So they can,
But there's still not much incentive. You're not gonna have a MRT project on a 20,000 square foot lot.
I think it'll be a
30,000 square
special
foot lot.
permit.
So this threshold, the change in the threshold is really more about the core and BC2, BC3, and that's a much smaller number of lots. The majority are under 10,000. You probably will see some of those combined to get something that gives a decent floor plate to actually make a building work. Like Zach said, that it's a pretty negligible to go down to 25,000. Again, need to check the map. There could be a sort of critical lot. There are places where there's one lot connecting all the pieces. But going beyond that, I think would have a bigger impact. And at a certain point, it just may not really be feasible. We might be meeting a number technically, but we're not really making that new development or housing that feasible.
how many lots at 20,000, did you say 68? Between 20 and 30.
I think it was 68.
Okay, Councilor Laredo?
3 quick points here. One, your analysis of the number of lots affected is precisely the reason we ought to lower the threshold. We're not talking about that many lots, and we're not talking about smaller developers. The developer who's building on a 30,000 square foot lot is going to be a larger developer. This is not a mom and pop type of operation. They know how to plan, they know how to do this. This is part of their equation. That's number one. Number two, you cited that this is different than the Washington Street Vision Plan because we're now doing better zoning. The Washington Street Vision Plan did have zoning in it. That was part of what was supposed to get done. No, it wasn't in the plan, but it called for zoning to take place guided by what was in the plan itself. And we can discuss it all we want, but that's what the plan is. That's what we all voted on. Third piece I'll leave with my colleagues. If you want, I think someone else said, I like visuals a lot too. It's much easier for me to conceptualize. So go to Newton Center, look at the Walgreens lot, okay? Where Walgreens is and the very large parking area. That is about 31,000 square feet right now. A developer very easily could sever off 3, 4, 5,000 feet of that lot, do something else with it, sell it off, whatever, and then under our plan, that's currently before us, develop in the village center a 5-story building by right. If we think that's okay, fine. I think that's a very large lot in a critical part of the village center that will have a tremendous influence as to what that village center, and by the way, all the abutters, everybody who owns next door to that is going to be affected by it. If we think that's a by right project, that's the will of the council. I think it's far better off for the residents and the other businesses there to make that a project that has to go through the city. That's a prime example of why you lower the threshold.
I'm Councilor Danberg and then LaFawn.
Just a couple of thoughts. I believe that parcel is 36,000 square feet. So it would be under special permit already.
But not if you cut it, not if you took part of it off.
The owner, I know the owner, and the owner does not have any intention of doing that. Now, the owner, you can't stop an owner from doing something, but the owner, over the past 20 years that I've been speaking to him, has made clear that what he would like to do is to replace commercial on the first floor and do living units above, and is interested in moving his entire family into Newton Center, into some of those living units. So he certainly would not want to build something that he would live in himself. The other point that I'd like to make in talking about a 5-story building in Newton Center is that Castleman House, which is right around the corner on Sumner Street, already is a 5-story building that no one notices, that it stands out in any way. The rear of it is 5 stories, the front of it is 4 with a facade that goes up almost a story. So it's got some trees in front of it. You don't even notice that building when you go by it. So I would say that a 5-story building, perhaps with the 5th story or the 4th and 5th story set back, would be entirely appropriate for Newton Center.
Okay, Councilor Lipoff.
Just 2 quick things. Number one, I'm not gonna pick a sentence out from the Washington Street vision plan, which is not law, which is a vision, and say we gotta stick to that for the rest of our life. This was 4 years ago, it probably took 2 years to put that together. What has changed? We're redesigning a zoning code that hasn't been done since 1953. Where we have the MBTA communities, we're trying to now make law. So I'm not gonna hang my hat on something that we did in a vision when this is a bigger project and a much more intense exercise that we're doing. Second, there's a lot of people that want to keep the special permit. I think we do a nice job on land use, but it takes a lot of time. I don't see this exercise just about changing our zoning code to have more units in the city. I know that's a big deal about this. However, for me, it was also about cleaning up a zoning code that nobody was on the same page about. That builders, citizens, people in ISD weren't on the same page. That's part of it. And another part of it is getting a structure that we play in. Right now, there are people that do things, they could do it by right, but they want to do it a little different. They understand that it's 36 feet in height, and they understand the structure, and they come and they still ask for more. What this is going to do is you're going to understand your structure, that you can go, let's say, 3.5, 4.5 stories. That's the structure. But I ask planning, how many of these are really going to be completely by right, because they're gonna come in and say, okay, I know what I can do now. And I know I don't have to fight for 4.5 stories, because I can do that, but my setback over here needs to be different, I wanna do this or that. I still contend that a lot of these are still gonna come in front of us as special permits, because they're not gonna fit these into the perfect box. They're gonna wanna do some things that are a little different. What percentage of these do you think, like most of the lots in the city, where people can do by right, but they come in because they wanna tweak it a little bit? Do you think we're still gonna see a lot of these by special permit?
I don't know. We, as Chair Crossley mentioned, we have intentionally not allowed that additional height by special permit or additional footprint. Like, this is it, we've done the economic analysis, we know this is feasible, you don't need to come and ask for more. However, there will be nonconformities. You will still have requests to extend nonconformities because we are built out and our lots are not nice, neat rectangles everywhere that are all the same size. So you will still have non-conforming conditions. There are some things like multiple buildings on a lot that you'll see special permits. Parking waivers. We're not proposing a minimum parking requirement, but do have a number of standards that go along with the parking, where the driveway is located, the screening of the parking, the size of parking stalls when they are provided, those sorts of things you may still continue to see. So there are things that I think will trigger a special permit, but the goal really was a feasible pathway to by right.
I got you, thank you.
I'd just like to add one thing, if I may. So, and then, yes, the Washington Street Vision Plan, the scope of that, correct me if I'm wrong, did not include investigating streamlining permitting. The comprehensive plan did. The zoning reform group that assembled in 2011 and published in January 2012, that was one of the 12 elements of the zoning reform group report, was to streamline permitting. It didn't say how to do it, but said it was an important tool to put into the zoning. So I appreciate that you said you're not gonna hang your hat on one sentence on the vision plan. I think there was an assumption in the vision plan that the existing threshold for special permits was what was at play, and the vision plan was more about the scale and cadence of development along that corridor, which, as I recall, was going to allow 3 to 6 story buildings. There was a sort of cartoon level map that proposed where those different scale of buildings could happen, and that was it. And I think we're pretty close to understanding that scale, that those, we're just doing a deeper dive right now. So I appreciate that. Thank you, Councilor LeBlanc and Councilor Baker, and then right in there, I'll wait.
So I'm going to go back to what the planning department indicated, that the 30 to 25 is not a big number, 16. 30 to 20 was what, 68 out of?
I think that was appropriate, something like that.
And just to be clear, it's not out of the, if we're focusing on VC2, VC3, what's the total
We're
there?
still just talking about.
Yeah, because that's a.
So the percentage of VC2 or VC3 is a different percentage.
The total number of lots.
Yeah, yes. So there's 1,500 lots total, including all of the MRT and.
Yeah, so VC2, VC3 is 550.
Okay.
The vast majority is under 10,000. So you're probably not going to see a ton happen on those parcels as is. If you were going to see something, they probably would combine. So it's not just the lots that we lose when we go, the existing lot configuration that we lose when we drop from 30 to 25 to 20 to 15. It's the ability for those 4,000, 6,000, 8,000 square foot lots to combine to make a viable parcel.
I understand. It does seem to me though that if you went from 30 to 20, what I'm concerned about, there are certain parameters that the whole package comes together. We're going to talk about what's the applicable height, some of the setbacks and so forth. But so I think that the question for me is that you made the case that there's some value in having some as of right for smaller parcels, right? That's sort of the thrust of what's going on. And the question is, at what point does the parcel become big enough that it values, the value added from the discretionary review, which I view as a positive, is going to be important for the public interest. And again, that's why I think 30 is a higher. I'm curious among the members of the committee whether 20 would still allow the scale of development to get still reviewed, but allow the bulk of the projects that you're talking about as of right. Now, we haven't talked about either any of these other issues, and maybe people would revisit this later, but these are all still provisional and not binding.
These are provisional votes in any case, and I think it would be helpful if we could, like,
Well, that's why I'm
move
wondering
into
whether
those.
there's
Yeah.
support in the committee for 20. I'm just asking that question.
Okay, do you wanna
Yeah,
put
I'll
a
move
friendly
20.
amendment to your
Yeah, I'll make
amendment?
a friendly amendment to my own proposal, which is 20.
Okay.
Just to see where we're going.
Can the committee, can we take a straw vote on a proposal to reduce the threshold from 30,000 to 20,000 as proposed by Councilor Baker? Ready?
To 20, you said?
Yes, he's not, so there's a 25, but he's
There was a
amending his
15
own
and a
amendment.
10.
Yeah, we're not gonna, we can't just do this. I feel in part that we're doing this out of context of the whole. But maybe not, because I'm,
But you gotta go through somehow.
you lost me at 20, I'll just tell you that.
I'm just finding
Yeah,
out
I
where
know,
we're going.
I understand. Ready to vote?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, all those in favor of reducing the threshold to 20,000 square foot lots for a special permit, please say aye.
Aye.
It's 2. Counselor Chrisman, you there? I guess-
I'm here, I'm a no.
Okay. So all those opposed? Nay. Nay.
Okay, so let me try 25 just to see where we are.
Let's try 15.
I'm not wasting your time on that. I'm just curious about 25.
Okay, all those in favor, and of course you may abstain. All those in favor of reducing the threshold from 30,000 square feet to 25,000 square feet, please say aye.
All right.
Abstain.
Okay, all those opposed?
No,
No.
25,000 square feet is a half an acre. You wanna do a special permit for a half an acre? Really?
Okay, all right,
It's twice the size of the Masonic building.
the amendment fails 2 to 6. Got that right? Okay.
2 to 5 to 1, Counselor.
Oh, I'm sorry, 2,
Leary.
thank you, what would I do without you? 2 to 5 to 1, okay,
I just
okay.
want a quick clarification. So, Ms. Kyra said that multiple buildings are a special permit, but I thought that's by right except for the MRT.
That's right, in the MRT.
Yeah, but everywhere else, multiple buildings is by right.
Yeah, but you're probably gonna get over the special permit threshold in most cases if you're doing multiple buildings.
Okay, well, then we have, as part of these amendments, on the first item, approval process. We have, so this one, okay,
Well, we should affirmatively say that we want what we want. We said what we don't want.
okay, all those in favor of keeping the 30,000 square foot threshold, please say aye.
Aye.
And those opposed?
No.
Okay, 6 to 2. All right, thank you for that. We have a part of this is to, there's an amendment to reduce the threshold for special permit on the priority street lots to 10,000 square feet. Ready to vote? All those in favor?
I'm sorry, what's the difference between that and?
Because the priority streets do not count towards the MBTA Act, so it's more just general zoning. So right now, 10,000 square foot lot would give you 35,000 square foot building roughly. And right now, our special permits on it is a 20,000 square foot building.
Right, it's a But
So
it's a
it's
whole
twice as
different
much.
set of metrics, so
Yep.
we have to compare apples to apples, right? So,
I'm just kind of like the massing, so you can have twice the massing of a building compared to what we allow now by right.
okay. So does everybody understand the proposed amendment?
And this is only in the VC2, VC3
Understand,
perspective.
understand. So, yes,
Counselor Bowman has their hand raised.
Counselor Bowman.
Yeah, I wanted to just make one point about the priority street, so obviously.
Can you speak up louder?
Make it louder, whatever.
Oh, I'm sorry. I wanted to make a comment about the priority streets, which is that, this is where we are requiring commercial use on the first floor. And I'm afraid by reducing the special permit threshold here so low, and actually lower than the 30,000 square feet, that we're significantly going to discourage these from being redone. I mean, we already know from housing developers that they need to, especially affordable housing developers, but also regular developers, they pencil these projects out, assuming that they're not going to get rent for the first floor when they're talking about financing, because they can't count on those properties always being rented. So I don't know why we'd want to shackle ourselves to not, encouraging the redevelopment of these most precious streets and these most precious properties. I just think that that's, I'm very concerned about that. I mean, I participated and listened to all of the economic discussions that were done by UTIL, and I thought I felt they made a really good case for 30,000 square feet. And I think specifically on these streets, I definitely would be very concerned about reducing the threshold. Thank you.
Sorry, I didn't hear the end of that sentence, but maybe
I would be concerned about reducing the threshold on these streets because we will end up in the situation like we have currently with Walgreens, which is that's a property that needed to be redeveloped. And, literally Walgreens moved out because the building is failing. And, so I think that's not the situation we want with these streets. We want good buildings. I think developers want to build good buildings. I think the process is good. So I just would encourage you not to reduce it, and certainly not to reduce it that far.
Okay, thank you very much.
So is Walgreens not being developed because of the special permit, Vicki? Is that the reason why they're not redeveloping it, because of the special permit?
No, that's not the reason,
Okay,
because they would be under special permit anyway.
okay.
Unless they develop.
And this is not stopping them to build per what's being proposed, it's just where the special permit is. And again, it could be a much simpler process, but I'd like to see some more control.
Okay, I think we're gonna have another difference of opinion. All those in favor of reducing the threshold for a special permit on priority streets only to 10,000 square foot lot size, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
No.
No.
Okay, that is a 2-6 vote. I don't think we have to do an affirmative on this one, so the committee so far is sticking with the 30,000 square foot threshold. We have a proposed amendment to, there's two similar things. One is to add a public hearing requirement for site plan review. The other is to eliminate site plan review by Councilors Wright and Legato in turn. Do you want to say why you think a public hearing is a good idea?
Because you're taking away the special permits to begin with, where you do normally have the public can speak. So this is another way to do it. Brookline is doing this in their MBTA Communities Act, having public hearings for site plan and design review. And I think it's important to get input from the community.
Okay, thank you. Planning, can you comment on what Brookline is doing?
They might be including this, I can't comment to their specific plan. There are other communities that do have a public hearing component to their site plan review. If you were to move forward with this as proposed and the planning board is the granting authority, there will be meetings, they are open to the public, they can take public comment if they would like to. We didn't think it was necessary to set it within the zoning to require a public hearing.
Okay. The other proposal is to eliminate site plan review. It takes us up to two separate questions, but I thought it might be useful to comment on the proposal to eliminate site plan review. That's Councilor Laredo.
Well, if you're gonna keep it at 30,000 square feet, better to have some review than none, so I wouldn't propose changing it, although I stand by my views that I think site plan review is rather ineffective and concentrates too much power in the executive branch, which I think is a poor decision on this council's part.
Okay, so you're withdrawing that at the moment. So are we ready to vote on
What are we voting
Councilor
on
Wright's
exactly?
proposal to require a public hearing for site plan review?
Before we do, just comment that our current process does require a public hearing because we do it as part of the special permit. It's not anything, it's just the body would be different if that's the case. So that's all I just wanted to.
And site plan review starts at what, 20,000? So I think under 20,000 wouldn't get it.
From 20,000 square feet to 30,000 square
So
feet.
it's the bigger ones, like the Walgreens, you know, if they needed a little smaller, except the bigger lots.
If Walgreens cut their lot in half, it's
Or just take out
36,000.
6,000 square feet, it'd be at 30.
Okay. Okay, I'm not sure that's helpful, but
So this would be a public hearing for, basically for the lots between 20 and 30,000 square feet.
correct. All those in favor of,
Just a
go ahead.
comment on that, I mean, just saying, what's the harm in that? Because often they're taking public comment anyway. Do you think it would be burdensome, or is there any hesitation about doing that? Because we often, I know I often take public comment, and when there's no, when it's not required.
Yeah, I think they probably, in most cases, if people are there, we'll hear from them. We didn't think it was necessary. It may slow the process down a bit, but, it's.
And they're talking about a lot of lots, either.
Yeah.
68 lots in the whole city. They're not all gonna get redeveloped at once.
I'd say the harm is low. I think as others have mentioned, Councilor Laredo, Councilor Baker, there is less discretion within the site plan review process. I think of the special permit process, you hear public comment, there are things that you could, as the special permit granting authority, can alter. I think, I don't wanna get into a situation where you hear public comment at a public hearing on something that cannot be altered by
Right,
site plan
interesting.
review. You just don't have the same level of discretion. I mean, it's just an education. So I think the harm is low, but that could happen where you hear from 20 or 30 people that they want to see something different that you cannot
Or something denied.
deny. Yeah,
And
exactly.
you just need to be clear, but
Yeah,
these are
that's
the
all.
neighbors and they know that area
Sure.
very well and they may miss it as part of the site plan review. So what's the harm to listen to them? Doesn't mean
Right.
it's gonna change,
Right.
but they have a voice and they can be heard.
Right.
So a difference, an administrative difference would be you'd have to notice it. If we're requiring a
Correct.
public hearing, it has to be noticed, just like special permits.
But we're talking like 1 or 2 a year.
I understand, I just wanna put that on the table.
Yep.
Okay, ready? All those in favor of requiring a public hearing for site plan review, which is buildings between 20,000 and 30,000 square feet, please say aye.
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 I'm gonna go aye too.
Aye.
Okay.
All those opposed? That's unanimous? Okay, all right, there you go. Okay.
I have one more in that section.
Let me see.
My number 2.
I
I-
They're
I'm
reduced
trying
to-
to keep going here. Okay, so this is 0. And then there's a proposal to only allow one additional building on a lot via adaptive reuse. Council Wright?
So so the reason why I did just one, and I kind of wanted a special permit or, more review of it if they're gonna do more than one extra building on adaptive reuse. The thing is, the buildings, especially in MRT, are not allow space between it. And it's all gonna get paved over, and there's gonna be, for parking, and because we don't have any, and that's later, open space requirement. So I'd like to have more review of it if they're gonna put more than one, instead of covering the lot with buildings and driveways and really no green, no place to put a tree, things like that, especially I'm not so much in the village centers I'm worried about, but the MRT in the neighborhoods. And so maybe we can put this in, on a MRT and VC1 type thing.
So that, a special permit instead of site plan review for multiple buildings, is that right?
For more than one building. Because there are some big lots, and they'll probably do the special permit in general, but I just like, to have some oversight on that.
Could that go into the MRT section as opposed to this section?
I was wondering about
Yeah.
that too, so I'm actually interested in this concept as well, but I was thinking about talking about it when we get into
Okay, that's fine.
MRT and adaptive reuse.
Yep.
Uh,
It was in this section here, so that's why I pulled it here,
Right.
but I think I put it in the other one, so we can take it later.
So your comment, just to say it again one more time, my own words, so correct me if I'm wrong. If someone has a big old house on Lincoln Street, assuming they were in the MRT district, I'm just using an
Yeah.
example, and they have a deep lot, and they can make their existing home plus the addition they're allowed into 3 units. But they want us, well, let's just say they can, so then they put they want another building on the site, but then they're limited to a 1,500 square foot footprint and they wanna put another 3 units in there. That would be the amount that would be allowed by right if it fits.
Yeah, well, it's 4 units in that second building, and 6 units in the
Whatever.
first one, yes.
Yeah, well, I'm just giving you an example.
Yes.
So they may have the existing house, if it's a really big lot, they could have one additional building limited to a 1,500 square foot footprint, but no more than that.
So would it still be site plan, are you proposing it's still site plan review, you just maxed out the number of buildings you can do?
Yes, so you can only do one extra building, but they can get around it and subdivide the lot. I mean, there's other ways to get around it, but I'm worried for MRT, which you're in the neighborhoods, you put all these, and most of them won't do it, but you get one developer who does it, and you're just gonna get a bunch of these buildings, and it's all gonna be pavement, and no place for trees and grass and things, because you only have 15 feet between the buildings, and 7.5 feet from the, the
Which is what it
sidelines.
is now, but when we get to the metrics, I think we have a chance to look at all of those dimensions.
And a zoning minimum, I understand under the current zoning, most people, if there's a minimum, will build to the minimum. If there's a maximum, they will build the maximum. I think it'd be good to talk to some developers if they were to do this. They might put buildings 15 feet apart, they might put them 25 feet apart. We just don't know, there could be 3 units, there could be 4 units. I think we're setting the flexibility for those types of things.
But we should be planning our zoning for I think, kind of the worst case. And like I said, most developers won't do this, but you might get 1 or 2 who will. And so that's what, just like the garage ordinance, good designers, good architects don't do the snap houses. But there are, developers who do, so we had to change the zoning for that.
Well, there was a case in the special permit where a strip of land 15 feet wide between tall 2.5-story buildings was required, which I wanna get to that metric because I agree with you, I think 15 feet between 2.5-story buildings on a lot is useless land.
Yes.
But never mind.
So that's what the side setbacks are for SR 2, 3, MR 1 and 2.
Yes,
I know.
But no
I
one
know,
built
I
to
know.
the extreme
Yeah,
until the
anywho,
last
I don't, I'm
10 years.
getting us off track.
Yes,
I'm
yes,
getting
we're
us
not
off
there.
track
We're
and
not
it's
there.
10:30.
I think the point here is that,
Yeah.
and Councilor Jammer wants to speak too, is that we might want to abstain or hold on this
Yes.
one until we get into the metrics.
Yep.
Okay,
That's fine.
Councilor Danberg?
I think this is a point that, begs more discussion and more thought. But one of the things, and I think that in a lot of cases it would be, there would be nothing wrong with doing that. But, for example, what would you do if you wanted to create cluster housing? In an MRT, neighborhood, would this prevent that?
It would, because, first of all, yes, it would prevent it. You would only have 2 buildings, you wouldn't have multiple. But then again, we need some type of a review. I'm not saying it can't be done, but I don't want to see it done by right.
So, you know, I think
Yeah, so you're
if
saying
we were to prevent that,
One
I
building
would
by
not
site
be in
plan, maybe
favor of it.
review more by a special permit.
Yeah, or something like that.
We do have cluster zoning right now. I mean, the existing rules allow you to do it, and you do it by special permit. So you could still do that without coming into the new zoning at all.
But you would have to go with the underlying zoning.
Well, you're not gonna see that in a village center though,
No.
because
Yeah,
that's,
lots are too
you
small.
need
Yeah.
much, very, very
Way
big
more
No, no,
space.
this is- yeah.
lots.
The only cluster development was the Gables, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That got built in Newton, which is a very large site, I don't know how many acres.
It's also, I think, the 3rd or 4th tribe in that site.
Yeah.
So they're trying to get it, but never mind.
Okay. Okay, how's your temperature?
Very
What-
common here.
I
See,
had
I
one
came
other
on my
dimensional
own fan.
question I just wanted to raise.
A part of the approval process?
Yeah,
Okay,
I thought, I'd asked about a minimum lot size.
was that in here?
That should be part of the metrics, right?
Oh,
It
no,
said
no,
approval.
there's one more here, you're
Oh,
right,
okay.
this is add a minimum parcel size.
I want to clarify, I think we have a minimum lot size in MRT, don't we?
No.
No,
Um,
you're proposing 5,000 square feet.
Well, I think some minimum lot size is wise. I'm concerned about maybe that's too low even, but I think that part of my concern is that I'm not interested in encouraging a lot of subdivision into very small lots in order to make this go. We'd like to have enough scale to make it work.
So,
I'm not sure this is the right number, but I just was concerned that we didn't have any minimum lot size left in the ordinance.
So, I mean, I think the big
wait a
goal.
second, are you all
Okay.
set?
Well, I think I'm provisionally all set. And then I'll come back.
Provisionally all set, okay, Council Ray.
I think, I mean, my idea is we want adaptive reuse. That's our goal. And if we don't have a minimum lot size or a minimum frontage, that's gonna put a lot more pressure for tear downs, especially on corner lots where you have access to 2 sides and to be putting in driveways and things like that. And I thought we want to do adaptive reuse. So if we don't have any minimums, and I'd like to keep it as what it is now as the underlying zoning, there will be pressure for tear downs. Big, huge Victorian, probably not, but for the smaller houses and especially corner lots, a lot of pressure for tear downs.
So actually, I'm wondering why this isn't something we talk about along with other metrics. 'Cause-
I'm perfectly comfortable with that. I just thought
Yeah.
it came into this pot rather than later.
Site standards, I would think, dimensional standards
Yeah.
for sites.
Cause I mean,
That's okay.
some of us
I'm
have talked about, you know, what about frontage in
Yeah.
MRT districts and should we have another way of controlling?
I'm open to that. I'm just concerned about the kind of
Yeah.
issue of subdivision that produces. So
Okay.
this was an attempt to get at that, but it may not be the right vehicle.
Okay,
So I'm perfectly happy to hold it. It's not very, I don't know how many more miles on this odometer.
yeah, and we have
How
We
much
have
more than
staff with young children, we have 7/8 of this to go. We've done
Almost there.
one of 8
Yeah, we're almost.
decision points.
So close.
And,
We started late though.
sorry?
We got into this late though.
Well, we got into this very late. It's not that this discussion was protracted, it's that previous discussions were rather lengthy. So, thank you, everyone. I think I was very happy to see the work that Ms. Rapora showed us this evening in particular. To me, that helped understand these crazy numbers that we're having to deal with. But I do hope that we can march through this decision-making vehicle in our next meeting. I don't know if we will have time to get to the maps, but the amendments that people are proposing for the maps should be ready for that meeting, ahead of that meeting, so that we can put them in the packet. Great if you even have them by the end of next week. I know some of you are working on them. I know some folks online are working on them. So mapping may be where we come to terms with, there's this, and then we have to look at them together. So
When is our next meeting,
August 15th, it's a Tuesday, it's the day after the council meeting. The council meeting is remote, correct?
Yeah, it could be in person, either
It
way.
could, oh, either
It's
way.
hybrid.
Okay, so I'm just gonna say this to you all, I find it much more efficient, effective, and friendly to meet in person. I think it's helpful to our decision-making, even though this was long. We won't have any other items before us on that day. We have 2 more to decide tonight, quickly, reappointments, but we won't have anything else next meeting as far as I know at the moment. Okay, great. I would like a motion to hold these 2 items from Councillor Albright. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Aye, any opposed or abstentions? Thank you very much. We have 2 reappointments. Where the heck is my agenda? Here it is. Item 243-23 is the reappointment of Catherine Cade to the Conservation Commission by her honor the mayor, term to expire July 31st, 2026. Can I have a motion?
Move to approve.
Thank you. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed or abstentions? Item carries 8-0. 244-23 is reappointment of Jeffrey Rickland to the Niagara Falls Historic District Commission by her honor the mayor, term to expire July 31st, 2026. All those, do I have a motion, Councilor Krinsman?
I thought you might want to make that motion, Councilor Crossley, but I'll move approval.
Thank you. I can't because I'm the chair, I think I can't do that. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Opposed or abstentions? The item carries. That is the conclusion of our meeting for this evening. Thank you for all of your hard work. The staff has been working like crazy to perfect this document, and I really want to appreciate that.
Before we
Thank you.
leave the staff meeting,
Oh, hold on a sec.
Councilor Rita made a number of questions that were not amendments, but they're points of clarification.